recording, and here we go. All right. Hello, everybody. For our no viewers at all at the moment. The stream experiment continues. We'll see if it works.
Hi, VOD watchers.
Right, non-existent watchers. Though I do record these and post them on YouTube. Again, advertising for ShadowHaven. So for purposes of our recording, I am not quite Dr. Robinson. I'm still a couple of years out from it, but I'm working on it. And this is live from the ShadowHaven, a streamed tabletop game of Shadowrun 5. If we can do just a brief, OOC introduction, since this is a brand new crew of players from my last one. For myself, I have been GMing Shadowrun in some form since, I'm going to regret this answer, 1997.
Almost as long as I've been alive.
Hello, Bird. Yeah, I've been GMing Shadowrun in some form since literally high school. I think that was revised edition. And played through most of college when it was still owned by FAFSA. Or FASA. FAFSA is the financial aid thing. Yeah, so since it was still owned by FASA and co-produced with BattleTech. So it's been a hot sec. It's been a minute. The gray hairs have been earned by lots of D6s. We're going to go basically just in order of the Discord video call. So just a brief hi, who are you? How long you been doing this nonsense? And what are you looking forward to today?
Hello, I'm John. I've been playing Shadowrun 5th Edition since probably 2016. Mostly GMing home games and things. I've been on the Haven actively for maybe 3 years. I am, in fact, younger than Rob's Shadowrun career. Go ahead, El.
Alright. I'm Elhog. I've been playing Shadowrun for 10 years, probably. Something like that. Saw a lot of the books come out, played in a home game, joined the Haven, I think it was 2 years ago, about this time of year, actually. No, 3. Time flies when you're having fun. GM'd a lot, been on staff on the server. Played a maid this whole time, so that's cool.
There you go. Is Bleach one of your older characters?
Bleach is my first character, yes.
First character, nice.
And I stamped her, fun fact.
That's funny.
That's true.
Mado.
Hi, I'm Madotsky, or Mado. Most people just say Mado. I've been playing Shadowrun for about 9 years I ran it and I played on various LCs. I've been on, I think I'm the newest player on the ShadowHaven, but I've been here for a couple years. And I'm playing my stupid goblin technomancer, and I hope to have her go through shenanigans and get poked with pointy sticks. Metaphorically.
I mean, we can make that happen.
Yeah.
On a variety of levels. Sakarian.
Hi, I'm Circarian. Been here for about 5 years. Been playing Shadowrun for a little longer than that. I'm playing my Drake detectives today, and we're gonna unravel a mystery.
Okay. Some general table rules and table stuff, and something I'm experimenting with this time. So as a reminder, go ahead and draw your edge cards to track spending of edge. If you have common sense, draw that, and then draw one spotlight card. I will explain what those are used for in a second. On the ShadowHaven, we operate on a lines, veils, and consent system, which we broadly use like a traffic stoplight system for matters of consent, player comfort, etc. So you should have 3 buttons that say red, yellow, green in the lower right-hand corner of your Roll20 element. If you don't, go to the collection tab in Roll20. It's the little 3 triangle button things.
Yeah.
And then you should see where you can add green, red, yellow, and click on in bar, and it will bring it. if you can throw me a green card in chat to let me know that you've gotten that set up. Alright, looks like all 4. Perfect. Okay. So as a reminder, green is like, hey, everything's okay. If I call for a check-in on something, just vote by card, essentially. Yellow could be anything from I'm starting to get uncomfortable, I'm starting to get a little titchy, or hey, we need to sort of veil and abstract a thing. Like, it occurring is not a problem, but, hey, I don't want details, basically. And a red is we stop. We take a 5-minute break. Everyone go, we say goodbye to our viewers for a couple minutes. Everyone goes, takes a 5-minute break, touch grass, get water, etc. And then we come back and we'll have an out-of-character conversation about, like, what's going wrong. I do like having that out-of-character conversation streamed because I think that it models good gameplay and it models good community involvement in terms of, sometimes things go a little wacky in tabletop spaces and we need to be able to work on that. That being said, if something is like that upsetting, we will, with all due respect, say goodbye to our viewers, close the stream out, and then have that conversation, and probably be done for the day to let people, de-stress, and then figure out sort of where we're going from there. That being said, I really do like to draw a line between characters being frustrated and players being frustrated. If a player is frustrated, we're not having a good time. If a character is frustrated but the player is cracking up about it, that's like the ideal. This should feel difficult. It's a prime run. It is the most dangerous of dangerous kinds of runs. Your character should feel out of their depth a little bit at points, or like the deck is stacked against them, because hey, it's Shadowrun. It is. But I never want the player frustration. I don't want you to feel like, oh great, I'm completely tapped, I can't do anything, why am I even here on this mission, kind of vibe. If we do sort of accidentally get into that, let's have that conversation. I'm a big fan of like above table talk and like, okay, let's talk through the mechanics and what you can't do, what you think your character should do, etc. Any questions on any of our stoplight security stuff?
Nope, sounds good.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think I'm good.
Okay. The spotlight card. This is something I want to experiment with, where you have one. Everyone else, shut up! I want this, basically, which can be played to interrupt me anytime you want. Right? If we're in the middle of a combat, there's combat mechanics for that in initiative. If we're in the middle of sort of a narrative scene and you're stealing the spotlight from me anytime you want, right? The players are the star of the show, you're not the NPCs. Playing it with another character involved, I would like it to be a question of, hey, are you okay if I play my spotlight card on this? But that way, you get one spotlight card each sort of session we play. It refreshes at the beginning of each session. And it's just a way to track and communicate. Hey, I think I've got a thing for this that would be really cool. Can I steal the stage for a second? My goal is by the end of our session today, everyone's played a spotlight card at least once, or played their spotlight card once. Once all 4 of them have been played, in the rule that I just made up 5 seconds ago, we will refresh the spotlight cards, and that will sort of make sure that we're keeping a track that everybody has a thing, everybody has a moment. In a very Matt Mercer, is that his name?
Yeah,
Matt
I don't know why I wanted to say Matt Murdock. That's the Daredevil.
What, the Critical Role guy? Yeah.
Yeah, the Critical Role guy. In a very
Matt
how do you
Mercer.
want to do this? You're sort of narrating your scene moment, which of course we use the dice to guide and so on. Okay. Standard disclaimers as we go into a prime. 1, my rule on burning edge to live applies, in that it is the inverse of normal. Normally we burn edge and the GM makes up a reason why you survived. We're going to flip that on its head for this. there has to be a narratively plausible, negotiated at the table reason why you're surviving this, and then I'll allow you to burn edge to live. So it's not a blanket no, it's just a make it make sense, right? It has to have some narratively appropriate, thing here. I think that's everything. All right, let's rock and roll. For our folks at home, and we're going to hop over to our game board for a moment. This is where we have all of the stuff where we deal with what is the character name, what sins do they have, legal and otherwise, what are their interesting qualities of note. Delphi has history is not as certain as we thought. Of course she does. I feel like music is a little too loud. Cool, thank you, Burb. Oh, hey, because I forgot to turn that one down. Ta-da. Thank you for that. I forgot to do that.
I don't have music playing in Roll20 anymore.
What's that?
I don't have music playing in Roll20 anymore. I don't know if you stopped that, though.
No, I think it's just softer.
Okay.
I'm not hearing it either.
So, one of the things that's going to come up this session is I really want you to think about your negative qualities. Because the prevailing theme for a large chunk of this session is horror movie. Your characters have accepted this job with very few details, right? A big name fixer for the Draco Foundation is saying, I'm not telling you things until we meet. And so you're going into it blind. Out of character, we're very much going for a horror movie, haunted ship, the creaking of the metal kind of vibe. Are there any immediate, do not include this element, I will cry and quit your table, that we need to be aware of?
I mean, the only thing I'm going to say is, sexual assault stuff, but I highly doubt you're going to include that.
Yeah, no, valid. Super valid.
Yeah. Pretty sure that's a global line or something.
It absolutely
or global
is.
veil,
it's
at
just
least.
a thing we don't really touch with ShadowHaven.
It is.
I know when I run horror games for one of my friends, Creepy Dolls is she will cry and close her phone and leave. She cannot deal with them. Your funny Rob story is I have a friend who's terrified of clowns. We did an escape room, and one of the rooms you had to get through to get to the rest of the place was just creepy clown dolls lining the walls. We had to physically pick this grown man up, and carry him through the room because he's just no, I'm done. Leave me here. So
yeah.
No, what were you saying?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, no shame. If people have stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, our goals for this run are not to be added to the in memoriam page.
Yeah, it's a good goal.
Solid goal. That being said, I will not hesitate even slightly. All right.
Wouldn't have it any other way, boss.
Yeah.
Welcome to Seattle. So,
Yeehaw.
stealing blatantly from Sicarian's table, our mental camera starts with that wide shot of Seattle, and it's raining because of course it is. It's Seattle in the Pacific Northwest. The slickness of the streets really match the slickness of the buildings. Everything in downtown is that neon, cold steel, highly polished, highly stylized, sort of Shadowrun chic. And our first sort of image is of Moira Webster sitting in a coffee shop, drinking her soy calf. And there's a laptop in front of her. And the laptop just says in glowing green letters, Signal disconnected. In that sort of pulsing, she was observing something, and now the signal has cut. And she sits back, and there's surprise, there's shock, there's astonishment, there's worry, plainly written on her face. She is an incredibly nerdy, I want to say it was troll. Somebody please remind me.
It's a
I think it is troll. Yeah.
She's an incredibly nerdy troll with her cardigan and her laptop, and she looks worried. This is a very happy-go-lucky, smiles all the time through her Coke bottle glasses, and she looks worried. And she closes the laptop, pulls out a series of comm links, and starts sending messages through various burner comm links. We see our mental camera sort of zoom in on one of them, and we see the matrix icon for the ShadowHaven, and then connection initializing, scrolling across the screen. Okay. When Doggy Bag gets the phone call from his fixer, paint us the picture, right? Give us a character description, because I know this is your first time even on my table, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So
yeah.
Cool, welcome. Hi, John.
Thanks.
Paint the picture. Where is DB? What does he look like? What's he doing when the comm link
Sure,
rings?
yeah. Doggy Bag is a giant, which is a more human-like and even taller and much lankier sort of troll. Unique to him is that he is infected. He's a Zunukwa, which is normally a giant monster covered in horns and bone growths, which he has had painstakingly shaved off. So now he just looks like a really big guy with some pretty gnarly skin damage. His skin is just like a desaturated gold color, a few shades off of anything within the normal human range, and it has just big fat blobs of scar tissue and discoloration and all sorts of things, where the sanding process was not quite so complete. Importantly, he is rocking a full set of 4 cyber limbs that are high quality, but just like a very non-flashy matte gray. I think if it is just a normal day for him, despite having a very nice apartment that he sleeps at, he is probably out in the Redmond Barrens, training with his ghoul swordmaster, and just getting his butt kicked by this dude that's like 5'8" with a little wooden training sword. And his fixer is a fiendist, so he'll pick up and sort of grumble to himself and say to his master Frank, "Gonna have to cut it short today. Sorry, it's a big one." Gathers up his stuff. He's got a big monster of a work van, like a classic Shadowrunner big gray van that's got the logo of a fake security company on it, and he'll roll on through to I don't know where he's going, but yeah, get ready and leave.
So the information that Fiendist will convey is admittedly thin, right? Big job, big paycheck is attached to big job. Draco Foundation footing the bill for this one, which is a little weird because they're admitting it, which is unusual, right? There's a level of anonymity that's missing on this, and the meet is with one of their people. You get a picture of Moira Webster, which I will throw in our Discord game chat. The nerdiest troll ever, and basically the meet is this afternoon at Matchsticks in downtown Seattle.
All right.
With a note of
I will
dress appropriate.
head home, clean up, get a nice suit on. It's sort of like all black with red accents. It's actually what he's wearing in his character art.
Neat. Okay. We will move to Hog. Again, same sort of situation here. Paint us a picture of what Bleach looks like, where Bleach is, and sort of what Bleach is doing when the call comes in.
What time of day is it?
Let's say it's morning.
The morning, probably she is in her Bellevue lifestyle. Clyde Hill neighborhood, reasonably nice area, and almost certainly she's working out. She is constantly devoted to improving herself physically, even though she's not making a lot of strides with that lately. Maintaining is hard as well. So, probably handstand push-ups is what she's doing right now. Some ridiculous calisthenics type exercise. Yeah, exactly. You've got the mental picture right.
Yeah, the upside down. It's like the salmon ladder in Arrow and that kind of crap.
Mm-hmm. She's adept strong, so she can do that.
Superhero strong.
I mean, basically, yeah.
Okay.
She'll have her comm link on and linked to her. She's got a lot of fixers. Her preferred one is her family contact, Ben Conaway. I don't know if that's who's reaching out.
Yeah, that would probably work.
Link to her page.
And again,
Okay.
sort of the same information. You know, big job, big money, low details. So we don't know what you're going into. The meetings this afternoon at Matchsticks. What is, Bleach is one of your older characters and has been through a lot of runs, including a prime, 2 primes even.
Yes.
What's
3. Who's counting?
What's 3? I only saw 2. 1.
There's a semi-prime that doesn't have the AAR finished yet.
That'll do it.
I count it because
No,
it was prime length.
What's the sort of the mental headspace of like, oh shit, here we go again.
I mean, you nailed it, but to get a little more specific, she knows she's above Mafia Mook at this point, but she doesn't know what to do about that. So when she sees an opportunity to do like a big job that's going to advance potentially good causes in the world, but at the very least give her a lot of money and a lot of renown, she jumps on it.
Okay. Anything else you want to do for sort of an establishing shot there?
I think the closing shot would be her walking towards the closet for the maid dress.
Okay. All right, we're going to pause for 1 second. One of our stream folks has a question. To answer your question about getting into TTRPG spaces, you've got a bunch of options. There's always like the classic home game. You get the book, you get 3 to 5 friends, and you sit down and you figure it out, right? Somebody has to be the GM, which no one ever wants to be. Everybody wants to play. In terms of the ShadowHaven and SR5, SR5 has a lot of content out and a lot of content online. It came out 20 years ago now.
Like 15, I think.
15, 20, like it's been a second. So there's lots of stuff out there. In terms of the ShadowHaven, so the ShadowHaven is a great way to play Shadowrun if you don't have the Table of Friends option, right? Table of Friends option is almost always going to be more specific, more, your guys' version of the world, and can be whatever you want it to be. ShadowHaven's what's called a living community, or a West Marches community, which basically means that it is a community of GMs and players, and games like this run in the context of the wider world that everybody else is playing in also. And so, like, stuff that this GM does on their game can affect this is a funny phrase for our community, you'll get the joke here in a second, the shared story of, what's going on in the ShadowHaven. As to how to get started, I've given you in our stream chat the link to the webpage, which will have how to join the Discord server. There's a link right there, and we'll get you started, as well as an awful lot of rules. Please, if I could give one piece of advice to somebody just getting into SR5, it is okay to not know everything, especially when you're getting started. There are so many books and so many rules and so many layers to the game, and math, dreaded math, that like, if you try to read it like you would a D&D source book, for example, it's too much. So pick one thing and sort of lean into that, and then learn the game sort of organically as you go. So that being said, my name on that server is Rob for Robinton. So if you do join the server and need any help, like, please feel free to throw me a Discord ping, not in the middle of the game, of course. And I will hook you up with some folks to see about getting you sort of started and set up. Did that answer your question? Dat guy is here. I'm probably saying it wrong. Dat guy. It's that guy.
Hey, it's that guy. He's walking here.
You're right.
You're not that guy, buddy.
Right. We are that guy, though. Okay, back into it. Matto, paint the picture of us for Geo. What does Geo look like? Where is Geo? What is Geo doing when the call comes in?
I mean, it's evening, right? Geo is... She looks like a bit of a mess. She's very pale, like nearly albino, but not quite. Her straight blonde hair is kind of unbrushed and tangled. She's got a shaved zigzag on one side of the head, like a thin line. And she is currently attempting to cook dinner for her 12-year-old brother, who is on the comlink on the couch. She's resisting the urge to add an unreasonable amount of cumin to the casserole she's trying to make. She's also controlling one of the maid drones she has to try and pick up the house, but she keeps moving a desk to clean under it and then moving it back like semi-obsessively because she's not like super focused on it. The AR around is kind of a mess of augmented reality objects. So she's very scattered right now.
And yet domestic bliss, like domestic life.
Yeah, to some extent.
Yeah.
To the extent that is currently possible for her.
I dig it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, who is her fixer? Bolt?
Bolt, but honestly,
probably Elmo for this one.
Yeah, Bolt's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, I think. Oh, this is JR contact. Love it. So what's, Geo's been around the block for a hot second also. Right, bunch of deadlies, bunch of extremes, no semi-prime, no primes yet, right?
This is her first.
So there's definitely a welcome to the big leagues kind of vibe to it. So, the call with Elmo occurs, again, like we mentioned, high payday, low details, big time. You probably get, because Elmo's like a Horizon talent scout kind of person, talent agent, you probably get like a, don't fuck it up, kid, kind of vibe.
Yeah.
What's Geo's brain space look like on a welcome to the big leagues kind of situation?
I think she's just she takes a look back at Oliver on the couch. She doesn't say anything, and she just kind of stares ahead, like, could this be the thing that sets him up, that reduces the risk in case I die? But if I die, what happens? If it breaks me, then what does he do? And she's just kind of like staring What if I can't, like, I lose him, or they come back? What if they come back after, the people we work against, or... And she's just kind of staring, and the casserole's starting to burn. She's locked in her head. All the worries and potential points of failure off of no information. She doesn't know what this is, but she's just running a million simulations of what it could be.
I gotcha.
And just sort of shaking a little bit, and the fire alarm goes off, or the smoke alarm goes off, and like snaps her out of it. And Oliver like looks over and says, "Hey, Ellie, what's up?"
Gotcha. We're not signposting a character death there at all. What if this is the big job that sets the little brother up for life?
Yeah.
Or, what is it called? Death flagging.
Yeah, it's not. Her entire life is a death flag. Let's be honest.
You're not. Okay.
But nothing. I have. What time did Elmo want her to meet with the Jay?
Morning,
calls in the morning. So it's breakfast, but she's probably still making casserole.
That's fair. Calls in morning, but meets in the afternoon.
Can you? There's food for dinner, right, Oliver? I'm going out for work. I'll be back. It's just a meeting.
Okay. Anything else you want to set up for that sort of establishing shot?
No, I think she's just going to move, sort of like stir the casserole to get the burnt stuff out, and then open up an arrow and start looking into the place they're meeting.
Okay.
A little bit.
It is easy enough to find. Matchsticks is a...
Okay. Oh, it's matchsticks.
Yeah, it's matchsticks.
Okay.
Yeah, it's super easy to find. It is a retro jazz noir kind of very nice place located in downtown. I actually found and figured out the address for it in real life Seattle, so this is legit where it is located. A little bit, a couple blocks away from the Space Needle, because hey, we have real life maps for these things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Seattle's a real place. It's messed up.
It is. Let me tell you, having been to Seattle, we took a trip to Seattle to get on a cruise ship to do an Alaska cruise a couple of years ago, and man, it was surreal to be oh, we're landing at SeaTac.
Mm-hmm.
My characters have been here. It was very surreal. Pike's Place Market was very surreal for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Last but not least, Sark. Tell us a bit about Delphi and appearance and location, and set the stage.
Yeah, for sure. So Delphi's an elf, around 6'2". She's got this white blonde hair and vivid blue eyes, though for most of this she's going to be disguising herself with curly brown hair and these contacts that change her eyes to green, along with a smart mask. And she is actually at Matchsticks at the moment. She's just finished a case, and she went to get a drink, and just had one of those feelings that something of significance is going to happen.
Okay.
So we find her at the bar, trench coat and hat, laid on the stool and drinking a whiskey.
I feel like I don't want it to be Webster herself, even though you have her as a contact, but I think she might be the only one that works for this.
No worries.
I think your fixer contact is a little bit different. I think and happy surprise, I wasn't even looking for that. I think Delphi's sitting there at the bar when Moira comes up to the bar and orders a drink, and just looks absolutely on her last nerve, strung out, and sort of looks over, does a double take, realizes who it is, and goes, "This can't be by accident. Nah, this is a bit. You're putting me on, right?"
I think she'll just tap her nose with the left hand, which is cybernetic, and gesture to an unseen figure in the seat next to her, which to we, the camera, resembles a noir PI, which is the manifestation of the Oracle mentor.
I think she looks at the bartender and changes her order from something like alcoholic but like reasonable, a mixed drink or whatever, a amaretto sour, to like whiskey, neat, 2 shots. And
Very
like
good.
downs the first one, looks back at Delphi, considers a moment, downs the second one and goes, "Okay, well, be here at 2 p.m. I have a job for you."
You got it.
And we'll talk.
Clink our glass against hers and knock it back.
We'll talk details when when we meet the team.
Sounds great.
Okay.
She will go home and shower and put on the disguise.
Awesome. Let's talk the annoying parts of the 6th world here for a second. Anyone not living in downtown has to get into downtown. And some of you all don't have rating 6 sins yet. So this is going to be an issue for Geo.
Geo lives in downtown.
Never mind. Okay. Actually, you might pass the gear check on this one. I'm assuming, Elhog, that you're using the rating 6. Whatchamacallit, to send fake send to pass. You have a rating 4 that's for the CAS, and a rating 6 that's the Pueblo Council. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hardware mute. I should gotta keep an eye on that. Yes, we'll use the rating 6 for the PCC.
Awesome. You do probably get a little bit of a look of like, why is somebody from the PCC like running around downtown? But it's not too insane of a difference, and people come in and out all the time. So
I mean, she's just gonna smile and continue being a tourist.
clearly, tourist maids. It's a thing.
Naturally.
All right. Let's shift the music up for this one. All right. Match 6 is an anachronism to Seattle. In ways that shouldn't work, it is everything that is the expectations of the modern high dining experience in Shadowrun Seattle, with the feeling of the 5th world. And you can imagine those things are dramatic contrasts. The older wow, I just lost the word. Goblinization. Pre-goblinization, the magic returning. It is dark woods and smoky interior, and everything that looks like a 1920s, 1930s, Casablanca-esque, you could have walked into any bar, but why'd you walk into mine kind of place. But if you look, there's all these subtle, small nods to modern contrivance, to modern 6th world sensibilities. There's an AR overlay of the place if you've got, the implanted gear, the contacts, whatever. There are certain booths that are clearly sized for different types of metahumans. You know?
Accessibility.
Right. You know, it's very clearly we cater to everybody, but we're trying to not break the illusion. And so, you know, even like the larger booths for trolls and, you know, giants and such, it's just everything's been sort of zoomed out, right? Now it's going to make it a little weird for our non-troll folks, but you know, you're going to look like the kid at the big kids table kind of thing. But all of the technology, anthro drones serving drinks and things of that nature, have all been given that one extra step. You know, the anthro drone is dressed up like a bartender, and someone's thrown a synth skin mask on it to make it look less obviously a drone. You know, if you squint and close one eye, that's totally just a guy with whose full limb replacement, you know, delivering your drinks. It's totally not an anthro drone being run by an RCC somewhere else. And, you know, as each of you come in, I'm imagining we can pass the clothing gear check. We've got either high fashion armor or like a good suit or something. Is there anybody who isn't, who's going to get like stopped at the door?
Gio's got an ace of diamonds. I think that's
Yeah,
okay.
That works, yeah. The Ace of Diamonds coat.
It's silly looking, but then Gio usually is.
That's fair. That is fair. Okay. So I know we've got doggy bag in a suit. We've got the maid outfit for Bleach. We've got sort of an ace of diamonds, right? And then Delphi fits right in, right, with like the vibe, right, being, you know, a noir detective sort of vibe in what is now literally a noir detective like location.
Yeah, that's why we get the membership.
There you go. That's legit. Okay. It is easy enough to find Moira. She is clearly dressed up for the meet in what is probably, to the runners, easily identified as like the Berwick dress, the Mortimer of London dress, because it's high fashion and it's armor, you know. But there's a very sort of Princess Diaries effect, if you get that reference of like, she's taken the glasses off and she's let her hair down, she's done her makeup, you know, she is taking this seriously with a capital S. But there's still like, that's a nerd. That is a nerd who put in effort, but that's a nerd. You know, as the group shows up, sort of one by one, they get met at the door by the maitre d'. They show sort of an invitation that was sent to them by their fixer, and they basically get sent right back without really any harassment or, you know, weapons checks per se, unless you're, you know, carting in like the machine gun over your shoulder. You know, if it's concealed, if it's discreet, they are not caring. You know, as the team sort of comes in and sits down, Moira, who is very clearly trying to like be professional, because, you know, thank you all for coming. Well, one moment. She reaches under the table. You hear the hum of a white noise generator start, and there's some stuff that she sort of keys into a panel that's been hidden underneath the table to maintain the noir vibe, and if you imagine the booth as like a circular booth, right? A clear plastic dome sort of comes down and occludes, where you can sort of see people through it, but indistinct, and you now cannot hear the music or any of the sort of the noise of the club. Even still, she turns on a white noise generator, pulls out a small device, and like moves it through the air, and then sort of over each of them, scanning for bugs. I assume nobody is coming to the meet bugged. If not, this would be the great time to come.
Hey, you tell me.
You know,
Yeah.
nothing from me.
No.
Nothing here.
Yeah, I imagine not. Geo's pretty good at spotting hidden things
Yeah.
on the Matrix, so.
Welcome to Matchsticks. Do you want to order, drink, anything like that? It's, on the house, as it were. The house, being me at the moment. Or do you want to sort of launch right into it?
I'll get a beer.
I'll have a soy calf, and if you could give a soy sauce packet with it. I want to be able to focus.
Blink. Sure.
Well, I got an idea who you are now. Give me a whiskey. Straight up.
It's that kind of night.
Look at the same.
Okay. She glances off, clearly ordering via AR, accessing the menus on her eyeballs through contacts and stuff. A obnoxiously short period of time later, clearly there has been some prepayment and or pre-bribing of the bartenders. There's a tap at the dome. A seclusion screen comes up, and what is totally just a full limb replacement bartender delivers, the various drinks, and then also delivers a soy sauce packet to Geo. For her own part, she has ordered a martini, right?
Yeah.
She's clearly trying to lean into it. The waiter leaves, the occlusion dome comes down, and she sits back in the booth and goes, okay. Thank you all for being here. I realize that taking a job when you don't know the job is risky and a little weird. Normally there's a little bit more forthrightness into the communication, but the discretion is part of what we're paying for. So I need to know that you're committed before we discuss details.
Yeah, 100%.
You want us to accept fully?
Let me ask it this way. What are the terms of which you would not be willing to work for me? What types of jobs are you not willing to do? What types of opponents are you not willing to face? Tell me your I will nots, and I will tell you if any of those hit this job.
I just shake my head no.
No as in you have nothing, no as in you're walking.
If you think I can handle it, I trust your judgment.
Okay.
And I tell you over the Matrix, I think it would be, well,
Sure. We can speak privately here. I have made sure of that. But if you need an extra level, you can send it through DNI.
okay, yeah, she'll connect and say, I do not want to work for the Mafia, for the French government, or for dissonant technomancers. Those are my 3 hard lines. I apologize if that's too much.
The DNI comes back. None of those apply here.
Okay.
She sort of nods at Geo, looks at Bleach.
Look, boss, I have some idea who I'm working for here. I have some idea what the stakes are. It's enough for me. You tell me what it is, I'll get it done. Simple as that.
Okay. Delphi, you and I have worked together before. I imagine that you're fine, but I would not want to disrespect you by not asking.
I don't think you're going to ask anything that would be objectionable to me, so we're all good.
Okay. Here's the job. I have lost a boat. I represent...
Hate when that happens.
Right. It's under the... I checked under the couch and it wasn't there. The Draco Foundation maintains a number of research facilities. Not surprising. All the big names do, right? We maintain a research facility in the Antarctic shelves aboard a ship called the Lindsay Marie. 2 days ago, we lost contact with the Marie. Not
See.
an emergency signal, not hey, we're experiencing engine trouble. 1 minute, research data was flowing, telemetry was good. The next minute, signal lost.
Have you been able to get satellite or remote drone imagery of the area that it disappeared?
We have. The ship is still present. The outer hull looks as if some small arms fire has occurred. And the ship's autonomous defense systems have been triggered. And so we cannot get our drones closer without the drones getting destroyed. We have a GPS ping for where it is stopped in the ice shelf. And we have no contact from the crew, no contact from any of the onboard pieces. The host system that is attached to the Marie is in full alert, and it is, if you'll forgive me saying so, dangerous enough that the Foundation decided it would be cheaper to send potentially expendable assets.
Quite all right.
Yeah, that sounds like us.
Do you have any sort of remote access to the IFF system so that we can bypass the defenses remotely?
No. The Marie is a fire and forget kind of research vessel. For better or for worse, it's an independent system, and how do I word this? Given how many corporations have an interest in Antarctica and maintain presences there, someone in security design thought it would be a great idea to make it sort of a closing vault kind of system, where once the alarms go off, everything sort of goes into a lockdown, and accessing it is not really feasible.
What's the active range of the perimeter defense system?
Admittedly, not far. We can land you close. You'll have to make a short trek to get to the Marie, and then, but once you start making your breach, you can expect drone defenses.
All right. Is there a friend or foe system, or will it attack indiscriminately? Like, if we were to compromise the systems, could we whitelist ourselves?
Yes.
Or is it not within its capacity?
There is a friend or foe system installed, but it is keyed to the crew, essentially.
Right.
Right, so we'd have to add ourselves to that list.
Correct. It is doable. Very doable.
Understood. A couple hundred meters of connector cable and a crossbow should get us some access.
One of
Potentially.
the reasons we're sending you instead of a rescue team is that no one knows this has happened, and no one's talking about it. If we were to send a full Draco Foundation rescue team, that would raise a certain number of questions that we don't want to answer.
Understood. An idea of the other interested parties who may have compromised us?
Take your pick. Unsarcastically, Delphi, take your pick.
Right.
You have everyone from Wuxing to us to Ares to Evo to the Azis, MCT, Renraku's got an arcology up there. Even the UCAS has South Pole Point. Right, take your pick.
Can you provide us with blueprints for the systems and physical layout?
Yes.
Yeah. And the crew manifest, although I don't know if they'll still be alive.
Yes, we can provide you with a crew manifest.
I have another couple questions. The host, you said it was, difficult to access, but is it still accessible from the grid? Or is it just what is it, a wireless on the Matrix host, or is it a device-based host?
It is still on the Matrix. It is a rated industry host.
Okay.
But it is in 5-alarm fire state.
Right, so it'll be constantly searching, attacking, aggressive.
Yes.
Do the ice tray?
Pardon?
Do the ice tray, the layout of the intrusion countermeasures that we should expect?
Yeah, 1 second. She clearly accesses schematics on her AR goggles, or AR glasses. Where are my notes on that? Because I figured that question was coming, and I planned. Ice tray is patrol ice, probe, tar baby, scramble, killer ice, blaster, and when it hits that 5-alarm level, black ice. So you can reasonably expect a mixture of tar baby and black ice the second you step in.
Good. All right, well, we will try to find a way to circumvent those countermeasures. This is very helpful.
Yeah, I got one as well. Did you get a look at it with thermals? Heat still on the boat? Any signs of crew life? Trying to figure out whether there's anybody alive in there for us to worry about.
The boat is coated with certain protective coatings to prevent thermal. The thermal dampening chameleon coating. The Marie's presence in the Antarctic is largely classified. Another reason we can't send a rescue team. That being said, engine heat, there's no thermal dampening in the world that will cover that level of engine heat. Yes, the engine is still running, but the ship is stopped.
Well, if they're not freezing to death, that means there's a chance that somebody's alive in there.
There is.
Yeah.
Good to know.
We would like the crew recovered. Of course, at the risk of this sounding like a PR bit, and no, really, I mean this, to hell with the ship, bring the crew home. but if you can do that and figure out what happened and recover the ship, or make the ship recoverable, it would be beneficial. But where's the crew and bring them home is what I want.
If the ship... Go ahead. You might have the same question.
Yeah, if recovering the ship is not an option, would you rather us attempt to, sink it once we've recovered the crew?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a rendezvous point in mind to deliver any surviving crew to another ship or a safe point on the continent?
Yes. She pulls out a device. I forget the name of it. We're just going to call it a, projector.
Oh yeah, no, those hollow bands with the AR projector on them are great.
The AR projector. And broadcasts the map of Antarctica. Basically, her response is that we will give you a secure means of communication as sort of an emergency panic button, which will allow us to send in a pickup team, a discrete pickup team that we are organizing through other avenues, disconnected to this one. The Lindsay Marie is located in the Ronnie Ice Shelf, up near the Wendell Sea, in the northeast corner of the continent. My preference, it would be most convenient, is if you can get the crew to Shackleton, which is located underneath the South Pole. Shackleton City is the closest you will get to civilization in on the continent, but if I could wish for the moon, get them there, and then flying them out discreetly is simple. If situations do not permit, find a place that is open and reasonable and out of sight, and hit the panic button, and we'll come pick y'all up.
Understood.
Yes, evil mastermind, the cat, the true GM.
Brady.
Very good.
This is Shakespeare. Shakespeare is annoying. I'm sorry. He could be laying on either of the heated cat beds, but instead.
But there's the heated cat bed in the chair.
Yeah, correct. There's the heated cat bed in the chair. Correct. That also has the hands attached to it.
He looks so sinister. Oh my god.
There is one complication to both your infill and your exfill.
Yes.
There is a brewing mana storm.
Oh, Christ's sake.
That
Delightful.
It is gaining in strength.
So
Tactically, here is what that means for you. I can give you a week to get equipment for this trip.
Okay.
I'm sure you have ways of getting cold weather gear. Yeah, that guy. There's so many rules. Like, I have cheat sheets. I'm not even exaggerating. I can give you a week to prep and get supplies and get equipment. At the end of that week, that is the end of the window where I can arrange transport to get you onto the continent. How long it takes you from there really determines how easily it is to pick you up.
How are you transporting us via the Weddell Sea or a plane?
That was going to be a question of negotiation. If you want to arrange your own transit versus us arranging transit for you, and how that affects how much money we're paying you.
All right. Having a seaplane, which we can swap out for rudders to land on the ice, would seem to me the best option. But how many crew are we thinking we might have here? What's the total crew count?
One moment, let me Google you a reasonable answer. There are about 20 crew, which includes ship's crew and scientists.
All right.
Seaplane's gonna probably be a little too small.
How much crew?
20.
Apologies. 20. That...
All right.
Catalina... no.
To ask an ugly question. When things go wrong, who's important and who's not?
Roll me a judge intentions. Free to everybody on this one. Your threshold's gonna be...
Got it, boss.
Let's call it 4. 4 hits or better plays.
Oh, my horrible pool just for funny.
Yeah, Bleach doesn't get it.
Yeah, no.
Oh, I locked in.
3 on 7.
Her name's Bleach.
3 on 7 is not bad.
I'm locked in, yeah.
Not locked in enough, though.
Yep. Delphi knows Moira well enough to know that like, she is maintaining her professional... I am being a serious fixer right now. I am negotiating big things and big deals. But, like... that question made her squeaky. Like, there was definitely a reaction that Delphi picks up on of like, ugh.
Right.
She's not asking it to be nice. Bleach is a caustic fucking asshole mobster. I don't know what to tell you.
No, that's legit. That's super legit. I think she takes like a long sip of the martini to sort of like hide the expression and make herself appear thoughtful and like she's considering that weightily. Scientists, captain, crew, in that order. Of the 20, 10 of them are scientists. The rest is captain and crew. There's one captain, one, I don't know what they call it, sub-captain, I guess, second, whatever.
First mate.
First
You've got it right now.
something. And then 8 sort of crew that man the ship. But the scientists are the most important.
Right. Okay. Do they have enough emergency equipment on board to evacuate everybody, or are we going to need to cart that in? Any overland vehicles on board, or?
Not knowing the state of the Murray, I don't have a way to answer that. There should be emergency supplies, survival bubbles with thermal shielding and insulation, survival rations, right? Like, we didn't send them out unprepared, but not knowing the state of the ship, I don't know.
I have a question. Have you managed to get sonar in the area to check for any other ships that may be lying in wait or guarding?
We did. That was the first thought, actually, was that we thought this was bait. And no, the Maria is just dead in the water.
Okay, yeah.
Well, in the ice, but
Right. This is... Since it's in an ice sheet, if we went by some sort of boat, it needs to be some sort of icebreaker, right?
yes. You're probably better off getting, some sort of tracked ice appropriate vehicle and just driving up to it, but getting an icebreaker ship is a reasonable. Just it runs the problem of you're on an ice shelf already, and breaking ice is dangerous.
Yeah. And then,
Right. Just been looking up vehicles, but the Fokker Tundra 9 might do it. Amphibious jet seats 2 dozen.
right.
That's one of the core book ones, isn't it?
It
Yeah.
is, yeah.
That's the one.
Might even.
It's the one that Bulldog stole, if I remember that wrong correctly.
Well, it's large enough that we might be able to bring a snowcat with us.
Well, I've been meaning to get a hold of a private plane.
I wouldn't I wouldn't say no, but I don't know if
That is going to be a question for you and your contacts and your wallets.
yeah.
If we need to negotiate it, we can handle getting you in, and we can handle getting you out. One of a couple of options, but the other parts we're relying on you to leverage your abilities and skills here.
If we have enough money to pool together, we can probably get a hold of the vehicles we need outside of your, logistics chain, so we aren't setting off alarm bells if anyone's watching.
Largely my concern, yes.
Alright, well, in that case, my vote is for the plane and a tracked vehicle in the cargo hold that we can deploy.
Yeah. I don't know what sort of dock tracked vehicle can cover over like a couple dozen people.
We would need to make several trips, I think.
Yeah.
But that is within our capability.
Maybe a hovercraft?
Well, let's
Potentially useful.
Let's talk money for a moment.
Yeah.
If we are handling infill and exfill, I'm not crazy open to negotiation, but I also think that what I'm offering might be reasonable. 100 grand up front, 100 grand when you return. And because the Foundation's got some connections, I can arrange magical supplies, a budget of magical supplies, some of which are rather rare, if that's of value.
That'd be fantastic. If you have orichalcum circuitry specifically, I've been looking into that.
Okay.
Try not to rely too much on gear myself. Call it a hard learned lesson from some time in Japan. But
And
200 grand? Sounds pretty good to me.
I
Now, if we're investing in our own vehicles, let's talk about what we can do to bring that number up a little bit, because we'll be saving you a lot of trouble.
Yes, but here's the but.
Okay.
There is the likelihood of a artifact of interest in the region.
Shit.
Hmm.
You
Is this...
bring that home, and we will talk more money.
Is this related to what the ship was researching?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, there it is. There it is. It's waiting for the shoe to drop this whole time, baby.
Interesting. Well,
Is that
I'm-
is that related to the magical phenomenon in the area?
Judging from prior... I'm not at liberty to say a lot of things, but judging from prior events, most likely yes.
All right. Well, that should help with finding it.
So, here's the negotiation point.
Okay.
If you can find the artifact and bring it home, what do you want for that? I'm paying you 200 grand to find the crew and bring them home, or if they are dead, to bring confirmation of that. I'm not gonna screw you over if we're dealing with something strange here. If you can find the artifact and bring it home, because I don't believe in coincidences. It seems, we suspect an artifact is in a given region. We send something to investigate. Shortly thereafter, our entire crew goes missing, and there's like God's own mana storm starting to build. That's not hard math. Within reason, name your price. What do you want for bringing that home as well?
Bleach is going to glance over to Delphi, because she usually leads these negotiations when these two are on the same table.
Strikes me that double the cost and potentially covering the plane as well would be fair to me.
We're starting ambitious. That's good.
Hmm.
I can't double the cost. There are budget lines for everything.
Of course, it's a starting point.
It's a starting point. Let's start with this question. For the bonus pay, are we just looking for flat cash, or are there anything else that you guys are looking for?
There might be, but I mean, I don't know. Some of the things I want or not, I don't think you could give.
What I want is simple. I want a mansion in downtown to call my own that I don't have to pay money on anymore.
That'd be
You hook me
nice.
up with the deed to a nice place. I think that's workable.
Be right back, checking RVP rules.
Fair.
You can give out lifestyle at gear rates, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the math on that? So
But yeah, the hard part is that the permanent lifestyle is 100.
Yeah, it's 100 months.
yeah, so what would
Great
the
monster.
lifestyle amount be? Just rough guess. Oh.
Let me check. I mean, I've got Chummer in front of me. This will take 2 seconds.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to afford a permanent luxury, which is what she wants.
Yeah.
Oh shit, it's 100 Gs a month? Hang on, no, that's not doable.
You would have to buy it down with street cred.
Yeah, high is 10,000 per month. You can buy
can-
it down to 5,000.
Oh, true. Yeah.
You can buy it down with karma as well.
Yeah.
All right, so let's just say.
Yeah,
10
we'd buy that down to 10k. That would be a solid million.
Yeah, I can't do that on our divided by 4.
I know you can't. If we can get like a good chunk of it, though, that's plenty.
Divided by 4,000.
I thought you got the Tom River Steady Mansion.
That's like 250 RVP right there. That's funny.
Yeah.
We might get there.
I mean, she's ambitious. She also has 300k saved up for this exact purpose, so...
Nice. Okay. Alright, so she will look at Bleach and go... I can probably arrange situations to the tune of like 300 or 400 grand. I can, if you've got a place in mind, I'm pretty sure that I can pull some strings at the foundation and get them to knock off nearly $500,000.
Alright. Let me make a couple calls to a couple cousins, and we'll figure out exactly what we're going to do about that. Capiche?
Okay.
Jill, like,
I can do
wrinkles her nose at her talking like that.
with her dislike of mafia, yeah.
Yeah.
She sort of looks at the rest of them like, okay, what's your price for artifact recovery?
Gio,
Oh, Gio, did you go? Okay.
Go ahead.
Gio will DNI message her again. I have someone I'm caring for. I want to make sure he's safe and can have a good get all of the opportunities he deserves for the rest, or for his life, and I don't really know how to get that. Maybe like just a fund, or like not a fund, but like just having the money for just a place that we own could do that. But I'm sorry, this is a complicated question.
No, I can, so through the DNI, right? And it's pretty clear they're DNIing because like Gio and Moira are like looking at each other and like silent. I can cut you the same deal I'm cutting Bleach. Get you a near $500,000 break on housing. That should be more than enough to buy something nice.
Right. But he'd still be sinless, and my mind is... No, sorry. That might be good. Question mark? And one more stipulation. If I die and they get the artifact back, would you still be willing to get him the coverage he deserves? At least within what you can provide?
No JI required. Her face gets a little sad. Like, obviously she's not saying anything out loud, and there's just the DNI between the two of them. If something happens, you have my promise that I will make sure that they're taken care of.
Thank you.
I will need their information. before you leave, but that we can do.
Thank you. It means a lot. And Jill will just lean back. Okay. I've named my price. Thank you.
Doggy bag? Delphi?
Well, I'm real easy, Doc. Maybe you can get me into the clinic where Nadja Daviar gets her facelift. Maybe you can give me a truck full of money. Maybe you can tell me some things I want to know. Maybe you can put a lien on some corpos that I don't like. Simple stuff. Nothing to trouble yourself over.
No, but I like to negotiate in advance. If you're gonna go brave Antarctica for us, you should know what you're getting out of it.
I know. Trust me.
Trunk full of money is what I'm hearing then?
Yeah, we'll start there. We can talk particulars when we all make it home in full working order.
You probably want access to a Deltaware clinic, right? Just a guess.
I thought we did away with that.
It wouldn't hurt.
I don't think we did for Awakened.
Yeah, you still
No,
need
not
your-
for Awakened.
Okay.
Trying to look out for you here, Dogbag. That sort of thing takes some
It's
setup
alright
in
if,
advance.
if they're all booked through, you can just give me some Foundation secrets instead.
How about money? Money
Kidding.
sounds great. Money sounds wonderful. And yes, we can get you into some of the discrete Foundation Delta clinics.
For myself, I mean, aside from the orichalcum circuitry I mentioned, access to high-grade core processors would be fantastic. Maybe another ARM, one you made me, is very nice. And then we'll DNI her and say, or higher-level Foundation contacts. I'm aware there's at least one dragon who is sent on a business like this. That last bit was like, we're not sharing that with the crowd.
There's definitely a mixture of look that is somewhere between you little shit and amusement of like at least for that last part. So like whatever happened in the privacy of the DI, there's like a I respect the game, fuck you, I respect the game kind of moment.
Right.
We can talk, she says. We can. I think we can work that out.
Sounds great.
RVP wise, that is gear access to what exactly?
So that would be the orichalcum circuitry, the Deltaware, and the core processors that you need to make a deck from scratch. Because the rating 8 ones, I believe, are like 20 or something.
All right. So
Like
your
Matrix.
extra bonus, if you can pull off the artifact, is Delta access plus.
I'm basically just throwing a scatter shot thing at her. If Delphi had to prioritize, it would be the Draco Foundation contacts and then the cyberdeck parts. And the Delta access seems to be an understanding. Plus, we only really need the arm. I don't need to go under.
Gotcha. So this would be gear rates for like electronics and shit.
Yeah, and the access
right?
limitation. Basically, we can get over 18 stuff.
Yeah,
That's really the main thing.
I gotcha. I will have to throw that to the thematics team just because like that wasn't part of the original run prop. But
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
I don't imagine it being an issue.
Yeah, the only other thing that might need that permission would be the above 6 contact, but I think we actually might have gotten rid of that. You only need it when you make the contact rather than when you give it out.
Yeah. And gear rates for electronics. All right, you have your potential side objective also with what amounts to 100 RVP of potential rewards extra on top of things. I think she sits back, finishes the martini, says, "Okay, what other questions do you have?"
If this turns into an extended, feral swan hunt, or whatever, will we have access to the wider grid in Antarctica? I've never, been down there.
Well, there isn't really an Antarctica grid. Because, polar bears don't need it, I guess.
Yeah.
But there is a grid that is part and parcel of the Lindsay Murray itself. And then when you get to Shackleton, there's like a Shackleton grid. I don't know how good it is, but you're not exactly dealing with 5-star dining and Wi-Fi here.
Yeah. Are the global grids still accessible, or?
They should be, but you can imagine a rather reasonable amount of noise, I think, given distance and storms.
I have pretty good algorithms, but that... We'll see if it's... Yeah. Just wanted to check. I imagined there would be noise, considering... I also imagine you don't want us to look into, or to dig too deeply into the research done on the Lindsay Murray. It's not really relevant, so...
Yes and no. Let's be honest, we're paying you an awful lot here.
Right.
You folks stand to take home multiple hundreds of thousands of new yen on top of sort of collateral compensation if you're able to bring the artifact home. Part of what we're paying for is that you don't talk about this job afterwards. So on one hand, this is not a good opportunity for you to decide you want to try to figure out everything the Lindsay Murray was ever studying for us. On the other hand, you're going to have to figure out what they were looking into that prompted the response they got and what happened as a result.
Yeah, you're paying enough that we're only going to ask questions pertinent to the mission.
Correct. You can see why the job details were a little thin.
Nodding face.
Sounds good.
I think Moira sort of blanks. Like, did you just say nodding face? That's like saying LOL out loud.
Delphi, you're saying?
It sounds like we've got about everything we can get on the local conditions and operational constraints. Are there any other details that you think are pertinent to our successful completion of the task?
Pack your long johns.
Sounds good. In terms of when we leave, I would prefer to go as soon as possible. So if we can find a vehicle and our supplies within 24 to 48 hours, that would seem ideal.
You have up to a week. The storm is, and remind me out of character, the language of force is a game mechanic, but I don't know that it's a... There was a name for the rating scale in universe.
The Dumas scale.
Escapes me.
Yeah, that's the guy who discovered it, so that they named it after him. But
Yeah.
there is a rough idea of the like
There's the name
approximate
of
levels.
the rating of
I think it got talked over. It's the Dumas scale.
Yeah.
Dumas. Thank you.
And
That's the word.
mages will generally, in universe, refer to force and such things.
Okay.
That's quantified. Thank you, Hermetics.
So she goes, look, right now, this storm is like a category 1 on the Dumas scale. By the end of this week, which is really, again, our limit for getting you folks infilled, it is projected to hit a category 5. If the
Delightful.
other jobs are any indication, it will continue to get worse.
The other jobs. Whatever.
Oh.
I have mantras for this. I don't know about you, Delphi, or you, Doggy Bag. Geo, you're not magic, right?
No, I'm mundane. Just a
All right,
decker and a
beautiful.
wrecker.
Beautiful. I'll be fine. I don't know about you two.
If it gets too bad, it's gonna start to tickle. But I'll live.
One of the last jobs that involved one of these artifacts of note, the last recorded strength of the storm at its peak was like a category 15 on the Dumas scale.
How delightful.
Okay, I don't have mantras for fucking 50. Okay.
We will try to not let it escalate to that point.
I certainly hope so.
Narrator
voice. Mwahaha.
Narrator voice. It will be 15 immediately.
Delphi, between you and me, we've probably got the networks to get a hold of cold weather gear for everybody, and probably all the kit that we need to mod out that aircraft too.
Yeah, I think that shouldn't be too much of a problem. If we can make this happen within 24 hours, that would probably be good. So, need to schedule appointments to get fitted for the clothes. Otherwise, they won't work right. And get some mechanics to help with this.
Do you have any other questions for me? Moira says, / the GM says, in terms of like run questions that Moira can answer.
Is there a admin override for the Lindsay Marie, and is it accessible outside of the foundation of its infrastructure?
Her response is that because I wasn't thinking about that, so here's my answer on that. Her response is that when the system goes into a high alert vault mode, those codes get canceled.
Yeah, that makes sense. No problem. We will sort it out.
Okay. She's like, look, I'm gonna leave you folks the booth. There's an open tab, whatever it is, it's on me. Don't order 17 meals to take home, please. Like, when I say it's on me, I don't mean the Draco Foundation, I mean me, right?
Of course.
So, but, eat up, and give me a comm call when you're ready to head out. And then on the exit, on the infill, we'll give you the sort of the panic button device. On a meta side, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to sort of pass the spotlight to the team, let the team talk and roleplay and plan. This is that opportunity to go explore the interactions of the characters, right? Whether you want to cover why did your character take the job, why did your character ask for this thing or that thing, Important things to remember for that scene. Geo's entire request was discreet, right? So the runners don't know what Geo asked for. And the back half of what Delphi asked for, specifically like high-level contacts in the Draco Foundation, was discreet also. Everything else was sort of like above the table. That's in a meta moment. I am going to go make more coffee, so I'm going to turn this over to you folks to do some roleplay while I go caffeinate.
Okay.
Cheers, bro. I'll caffeinate to that.
All right.
Wait, this isn't caffeine. Hang on.
I kind of want
There we
coffee
go.
too, but I'll get it later if there's a break. All right. Now, I don't really know most of you that well. But I suppose we'll need to work together, even if some of us are probably risky to do that with, she says, conspicuously eyeing Bleach.
All right, let's get this right out of the way. I think the three of us actually have worked together before. Doggy Bag, Delphi, and me have been
It was
to...
even a cold job, too.
Yeah, it
that was fun.
sucked.
Oh,
Glad
this
we're
one's
not
gonna
taking
be
my-
even worse.
I'm glad we're not taking my boat. I don't need it to get sunk like the fucking Titanic.
So,
Geo, I want to be straight up with you here. I don't know what your problem is with the family. I don't need to know what your problem is with the family. Right now, I'm just a chick in a maid dress. I'm here to do my
Yeah.
job. I'm an infiltrator. I'm a damn good infiltrator. I'm a professional. You and I don't need to have any problems.
I just can't afford to get backstabbed. So as long as you can avoid doing that.
My rep's solid. Ask anybody around the community. I mean, shit, there's other deckers like, what the fuck is her name? B-Hop. B-Hop, I've done some solid favors for in the past. She's done some solid favors for me. She'll vouch for me. Hit her up.
Alright. I probably now, but I'll take your... Not now, because considering, but I'll take your word for it.
I mean, yeah, we got shit to do.
Yeah.
We want to go through, like, what everybody's good at real quick?
Yeah, nodding face.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well,
Go for it,
I, like I always say, whenever I work, I am infected. I'm not gonna get you infected. You're not gonna see me eat unless shit's really fucked. If you're seeing me eat somebody, we're probably all dying actively.
I appreciate that.
I can sneak around. I can do magic. I can, cut a guy in half. Pretty good. Pretty much
You're
it.
infected. Will the Mana Storm be safe for you?
Oh, no, not at all. I can, fight against it. I did learn that. If it's as big as it's gonna get, that's not worth a lot.
Yeah.
But, a short stint, I can stuff my soul into a little box and hide it for a little bit. But that's like, 5 minutes kind of a thing, not all day.
Huh. That... Okay.
Feels really weird. It's like holding your breath.
Yeah, thank you for being upfront about stuff.
Oh, it's better this way.
Usually is, yeah. I already said it once. Infiltrator. Long arms expert. I don't know what else you want from me here. I do violence. I do it good.
No, well, we could appreciate an infiltrator. Delphi?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, like facing and some matrix support, and I have some minor talent, so we can divine and use object reading as needed.
Right, that makes sense. I don't really know how divination works, but I'll trust you on that.
If we can find some sort of link to whoever did this, either blood or a symbolic thing, like something they owned, we might be able to get a glimpse of who's responsible and what we're up against.
Yeah.
Shit, that's right.
Yeah, I am a decker. I am a rigger. I am not extremely experienced in flying planes or sailing boats, but I can fake it. I'm much better at dealing with land vehicles, very experienced in that. I am a pretty good decker. I've picked up a good amount of tricks. Depending on the specifications of this host, it might be difficult, but not impossible, especially if Delphi is as capable of support as she's making herself out to be. I'm also capable in a fight, but as a human, not exactly combat auged, it might be difficult, especially considering, well, if we're using proper Arctic gear, it's not quite the same armor, you know?
Indeed.
We'll keep you safe, kid. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Ares makes a polar armored outfit that we can try to get a hold of.
Oh, I should say, Geo, you don't know. If you're standing pretty close to me, a couple of meters, kind of a thing, I can protect you magically from bullets, from cold, from a mana storm.
Biofeedback?
Yeah.
Huh.
Anything, I mean, if it's in your brain and not,
Why? Where else would it be?
I'm just saying I can't protect the cyber deck. It's not
well,
alive.
yeah, no, that's... Yeah, but if they're running black ice, like, the cyber deck can be repaired.
He just like shrugs, like he has no idea how the Matrix works. He's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Just... Yeah, the cyber deck can be repaired. Don't worry about it. Can I ask something that might sound offensive, Bleach?
Yeah, lay it on me. What you got?
You're an elf.
Yeah?
How much Drek do you get for that in family?
Not as much as when the Yakuza show up. But a good bit of it.
The Yakuza or...
Why? You got a problem?
No, I'm just... Well...
Alright.
I just
That's
know
good.
how they can tend to be. I'm a little surprised. Sorry, I know, that sounds weird. Don't worry about it.
Let's just say that they overlook a few things when you get magic talents and throw guys 3 times your size through fucking windows. You know?
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Out of character? Not really. You can just throw Insulation 6.
Ish. It's the ish.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you
I'm glad I asked
gain
that.
with the polar specific, what you gain with the polar specific armor is the wireless bonuses tend to be specific to the environment. and do beneficial things for like survival tests and fatigue tests that normal armor does not. Additionally, and this is sort of a weird, you can tell they didn't cross-reference these books when they made the flippin' things.
No.
There's rules in core Shadowrun. I'd have to look them up to give you book and page. But there's rules in core Shadowrun that if you're making fatigue tests in armor, you take some penalties. Because you're lugging around a full body, kit. Now, you get the insulation, for the example of cold, benefit of course, but at least it makes sense to me, and if somebody's got a correction, please hit me with a book and page, I'll be happy to check it, is that if you're using armor that is specifically geared for that environment, you don't take that armor penalty to the fatigue tests. So, could you wear good armor and just fuck it, we ball through the fatigue tests? Yes, of course. With the benefit of the insulation. But, and for doggy bag, frankly, given your soak pools, I suspect that'll be fine. But for normal people who aren't doggy bag, wearing the right armor in the right place is like important.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially now that I can't noble sack the fatigue, so everybody's got to make their own, pull their own weight.
Right.
But yeah, okay. I think I'll stick with my regular armor because I do have insulation 6, and frankly, I don't have the money in my pocket to.
Well, you have $100,000 up
set.
front, as a reminder.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Thanks.
I have a question. How bad of an idea would it be to throw gray mana on armor going into this? Is it helpful in a mana storm, or would it cause a bunch of problems for whatever reason?
Is that a mechanics question or an in-character vibes question to the team?
I think both, honestly. I think she would ask Delphi, like, you know about gray mana, right?
Yeah.
If I wanted to throw some on one of these cold suits, how would that interact with the mana storm?
It should provide a limited degree of protection. If it's strong enough to be causing active, magical effects, it seems like something that could be quite useful to have.
Okay. Alright, yeah, then...
I can acquire us armored polar survival gear or sneak suits kitted out for the environment. We'll just need to have those fitted. But they'll have the no fog polarized lenses and the internal heating and everything will need to not die. Doggy bag, I'm sure you're durable enough to just use the armor you used up north.
Yeah,
I think so.
appreciate some sort of armored cold weather gear.
Given that
no
these
problem.
are really sort of unique armor pieces, right? Like it's Seattle, nobody's rushing to buy polar sneak suits off the shelf kind of thing. Go ahead and do an individual availability check for each one, please. Just
no
they
problem.
have to be acquired.
Right, I totally get that. Well, I think I'm gonna go for a sneak suit.
Can I teamwork on the negotiation check against this availability?
I believe you can.
Jan, you cool with that?
I don't see why not. There's no reason you, from a purely narrative sense, there's no reason why you wouldn't all right, we both know this guy, let's just tag team them.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna be reachy, grabby hand player for a second. Do you think that closer would apply to this since it's a situation of life or death? You can say no, it's not going to hurt my feelings.
I'm going to say no to that one.
All right.
It was funny, though. I appreciate it.
Closer is the dragon wants to eat us. Can I talk him out of it?
Yeah.
And we did that on the last Prime.
We sure did.
That's true. That is true.
I mean,
We is
Delphi
doing
did.
a-
I stood there and watched.
Yeah, we is doing a lot of work here. Bleach did not talk to the dragon.
Listen, all we did was say we know Hestaby and that we can give him her phone number, so it's fine.
We're really cool. We're really cool.
Did you matchmaker a dragon on someone else's table?
No, it was more like they had realized that she was a Drake. So we were parlaying that into like, hey, I know like some really big time dragon types. You can maybe make some profit off of this if you don't murder me, and if you do, it would go probably pretty bad for you.
Is Chemseal on Arctic Forces, is that going to add to the availability? Or, because I know there's one, for full body armor, there's one you add to the availability, and then one that, I think that's just strict 12R, so.
Pop Tremor up here, I'll tell you real quick.
Yeah,
Clothing and armor. Which one are you getting? The Polar Arctic?
Polar Arctic
Yeah,
Forces.
Yeah, there's the Ares Arctic Forces, and then there's the Ares Polar Sneak Suit.
Add armor mod, Chemseal. Chemseal is itself 12 rating, 12 restricted, but 16 restricted, delete.
It won't cause the money threshold to go over, and we're cutting that like into quarters at this point.
Yeah, no, you're good. No, Chemseal doesn't affect availability.
Yeah, and then Gray Mana,
I want to say Gray Mana does, but don't quote me on that. Just because Gray Mana is weird.
I'm gonna go ahead and add the sneak suit to my sheet.
Yes.
I'll tack on a couple of mods here, just because I would like them.
So I trust you to know your roles on the availability mechanics. What we need to know for purposes of narrative and mechanics is whichever availability role is the slowest, right? Because that's going to be the last piece you get before you go, and that's going to determine sort of how strong the storm is when you get there.
So the big question is the Foundation able to provide us with a plane? Because if not, it's not reasonable to get it within the time frame.
What's the time frame for plane acquiring?
Like a month, for more than 100,000. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
it would not be doable.
You've got some narrative choices here, right? Because like buying a plane is like a whole thing.
Right.
Borrowing a plane is different, but that
Right.
requires a contact call, maybe a bribe, maybe some chips, whatever. That and how well that gear acquisition role, I do in vague quotes, goes is going to determine how fast you can get the plane.
Right.
So
I'm just looking at my contacts to see who might be the most useful here.
basically the deal was, and to sort of abstract it for a second, they can provide you an infill and drop off, but if you want like a plane for your own use while you're there, that's on you.
Right. I'm just thinking about like, 'cause flying in Antarctica is supposed to be like really fucking hard.
Yeah.
We might.
Would you like
Geo's
to
an
spend a common
alright.
sense?
Sure.
Throw your common sense on the table.
Yeah.
Okay. A plane is going to become a paperweight very, very quickly. Because of a variety of reasons. One, even without magical storms, right? Just the winds and all of the snow and all the drama in Antarctica is going to make flying hard. Delphi, especially given, she's awakened and she's got a variety of knowledges on this. The worse the mana storm gets, the worse the blizzard's going to get.
Right.
And there's going to be a point at which flying the plane becomes functionally impossible. You are better off spending time, money, chips, contacts to ensure that you have a vehicle stationed or dropped off at your drop-off point. Whether that's a tracked roadmaster or something, like a roadmaster that's been modified for whatchamacallit, for the snows. Or some other like applicable vehicle out of Rigor 5 that you want to play with. And we can absolutely do like a paid favor / chip spend, depending on how the negotiation works, because we're going to make the faces do face things.
Right.
Will really determine how expensive and how fast that vehicle can be put into position. That is your most efficient way of... you don't have to worry about transit because the Draco Foundation will drop you off. You have a vehicle for use while you're there. And you don't have to worry about transporting the vehicle yourself.
Right. In that case, yeah, tracked vehicle is probably our best bet. Maybe we can get a contact who is available for emergency pickup with some sort of vectored thrust or rotorcraft. That might be good.
Another option is potentially a hovercraft, which might be faster.
Yeah, I mean, a hovercraft is not the worst option. What are our actual options there? I'm looking at the list here.
There's the Universal Hovercraft Minnesota. We could modify a proper groundcraft with tracks, which would be slower. Yeah, it would be slower, but it might also be easier to get installed. It's actually not cheaper to get tracked than hovercraft modification, because you can get hovercraft modification. It's a little harder to control. Luckily, Geo's a rigger.
Right.
Yeah, the Minnesota seats 12 if you take the option that gives it like most seats. But yeah.
From a out-of-game, sort of above-the-table standpoint, I would like to take no more than about 25 minutes for gear planning, logistics, looking through
for sure
stuff. So at about 3:30, I'd really like us to sort of wrap that and be able to move back into like narrative stuff. Now that can include contact calls and things like that, just to give you an upper limit of like how long are we going to play with what vehicle stats are we using, kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, what would probably be best is if we can find a suitable base and modify it for both tracked and hovercraft use.
Yeah.
Rather than a purpose-built vehicle that's not really right for the environment, we should get something that's right for the environment and then modify it.
Yeah.
So we can get a cold excursion vehicle that has the protections and a sun cell as well to keep it powered, and then go from there. Which probably a some sort of RV or something would be the closest thing to a snow cow that we could get.
There's the Chinook, but
Yeah, I was thinking that, honestly. It's got good seating. We wouldn't have to make more than 2 trips if the whole crew is alive, which I kind of doubt, honestly.
well, yeah.
But we could kit it out. It's got the space for both, I think. I'm just double checking that. Yeah, secondary propulsion tract is how much?
Tract is 6. Hovercraft is 8, I think.
So it is just enough. It's body 14. So I think that's our best option because it already has the cold protection. We wouldn't have to try to aftermarket install that. And both these modifications are about as difficult to, or about as take as long to find as the
Extreme.
cold stuff. But we should be able to cut that down with context.
Yeah, extreme environment modification. It's also winter down there, which is not great, so we won't have light, but, you know.
Let me tell you the amount of research I did on this.
Yeah, we almost certainly want... Oh, sorry.
Get gear with low light and thermal on it would be my recommendation for that. I'm going to be grabbing a pair of contacts for that.
Yeah,
A plus smarts.
we might...
A plus smarts. I love it.
Mm-hmm. We might want life support. We probably want electromagnetic shielding. Probably a Valkyrie module if we can, just in case.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to be grabbing the Arctic diver suit, just in case somebody needs to do underwater work. It's a boat. It might be blocked in by ice, but like.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea for
Oh,
sure.
I do also have Oxygenate, the spell that lets you breathe underwater. Or, hold your breath for a long time, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, diving suit is a good idea for sure. I'm just playing around with the craft and Shummer here, but I think this will suit our needs and is within our means.
It might be a little difficult to obtain, considering who makes it, but a Proteus crake.
Yeah, that would be very useful.
Yeah, it's got engineering tools and, you know, it's capable of underwater operations.
Right. And that takes out the powertrain. Yeah. I think we should be good with, Crake, if we can get a hold of one, and then the Chinook for our transportation.
Yeah. Can you... Yeah, well, if you could throw, obviously, rigor interface.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
Bleach, you want to make some calls with me, see if we can get Proteus Crake relatively quickly?
Proteus crake, Jesus Christ. I mean, yeah, we can try.
If it's helpful for you guys at any point during facing, I can do increased charisma on one or both of you.
That would be very helpful, yeah.
That would be helpful, yes. You can manage both of us, it'll...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Glorious...
I might just have to cast it like 10 times in a row because I'm bad at magic.
Fair enough.
Glorious GM Rob, would you allow me to try to register a sprite?
Do sprites follow the same? They expire every day that the spirits do? I don't remember.
And it's essentially registering a sprite is essentially like binding a spirit.
Okay. No, yeah, that's fine. Absolutely, roll it out.
Okay.
I mean, you'll have
Do
plenty
you
of
want that
time
on?
to soak off, to sleep off stuns. I'm not too stressed about it.
Yeah. How many days are we planning? How many days, like, is the longest thing it takes to
I don't
get?
think we know that yet, because I think the vehicle
Okay.
is going to be the.
Yeah, it's
the
gonna be.
hardest
It's
part
gonna be
of
at
it.
least. It's gonna be at least one. So, I think we're. Piling.
Yeah, I can throw edge at the vehicle. I'm just looking if I have any contacts that might be better. I don't think so.
Okay, take 3 fading, but that's okay. Another question.
Roll
is,
more
can I-
dice. Get less hits. Think it's worth edge on this, Sark? We're gonna have a day of rest. It's probably worth it.
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
Nice.
that's 6 hits. That should max out your ranks unless you've been improving that.
No, that should be good. Versus.
Wunderbar.
For our viewers, this is the slow part of Shadowrun games, where it is a very gear and nitpicky mechanic. It's very customizable, which is cool, but it's very much like, all right, I want that vehicle from this book with this modification from that book with this piece of equipment from the core book, and we need a 4th book just cause. So there's a lot of like finicky bits to it at points.
On a lower level run, it's not going to be as
yeah.
big a deal. You mostly do that in like care gen and between runs. On something like a super high level run like this, like you gotta be prepared.
We're going to the Arctic. We don't do this every day, so we don't have the gear prepared for it ahead of time.
Well, and that was going to be, that's part of the run complications and difficulty here, is that like, out of character, I think you folks already knew like where the game was going to be located because of the meta plot information. But in character, like the redaction of the location and you have a week to get your kit together, which to me feels a lot more realistic. Like to how a job like this would go, is part of the complication, because how fast you get there matters right now, and matters to like what types of complications I can throw at you later.
I think that with 13 net hits, we can get that in 2 days.
Is that the vehicle, or is that that's the vehicle?
The modified vehicle. I made it against the highest because it raises it when you do the alternate things.
I gotcha. That was man, Asmo was
Look
with
at
you.
that.
19 hits on 34 dice.
Yeah, no,
Look at that pre-edge. My God.
It's pre-edge though. It's pre-edge.
Yeah, I did a Hail Mary there.
That Hail Mary edge.
That's why you always
worked.
pre-edge every roll. No, it's a lot.
That is a horrible device. That is horrible.
No, just
advice.
have Daredevil and pre-edge every roll. It'll be fine. Trust.
Do not.
Trust the dice.
Okay, we're killing
As
characters
the
this
soak
run.
tank,
Got
I'm the
it.
resident post enjoyer. Go ahead.
Look, I'm not playing Fennec today, so that's not the game plan, but if I was playing Fennec, that would be the game plan.
Is that for the crake or?
Oh no, that's for the Chinook since it's over
okay.
100 grand, so we needed like a big divider.
Yeah.
Let's see about the crake though. Bleach, if you can throw me another assist. Probably don't need use edge on this one because it's pretty cheap.
So as a note, I'm fine on the availability rolls. We will need to handle the negotiation for like how much that's going to cost y'all.
Oh yeah, for sure. So this is basically me like calling the company directly and being like, look, I know you guys are located nearby. I know you can turn one of these out in 3 days. We are willing to put however much money on the table is needed to make that happen, along with these aftermarket modifications.
The Chinook's in Rigor 5, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sark, if you need a bit of extra cash to cover any of this, Bleach has it in her accounts, boss.
Sounds good.
Which one is the Chinook?
It's a cold adapted RV, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a page number real quick.
Yeah, for sure. Airstream travel.
59.
Thank you.
Rigor
Page
5.
59, Rigor 5. Right. And since I'm not one of the vehicle people, I'm going to be right back.
Yeah, it says it has a quick change propulsion system with a track drive and ski system. Oh, actually, it comes with tracks according to the description. That's not reflected in the stat log.
No, it's not.
Got it. Amenities, extreme environment, cold. Nice. Smart call.
Yeah.
Good call on the vehicle there.
Mm-hmm. Are we getting increased seating? Like, that's probably...
You can also overcap by up to 50%, and it just gives like a -1 handling or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. We should be good there, I think.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think are as prepared as we can get there. Yeah, if you want to go do the back and forth on negotiating for the vehicle itself, we can absolutely do that. But I'm definitely hammer facing this one just because we needed so many net hits.
No, that's legit. All right, so we'll do that in a second. Give me a second to catch up on notes. All right, so we've acquired
For sure.
The tracked vehicle. There was another vehicle you wanted to grab. What was it?
We wanted to get a Proteus crate as well. So let me roll for that.
Again, give me a book and page real quick on that.
It's
Yeah,
also
same
Rigor
book.
5. It's on one. It starts on 134.
134. Proteus, Craig. There's the watercraft.
I can afford
Is
to
this
post
is
edge
this
that.
the sub?
No, it's a Kraken drone, basically.
Yeah, it's got like a plasma torch and that sort of stuff.
Okay.
Nautical mechanic toolkit. I just figure it could be
Could be useful.
very handy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Drone. Proteus Crake. What was that page number again, Gio? Or Matt?
135.
Thank you. I'm just making my notes here.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. What armor did you all acquire here?
That was the we got the Arctic Forces suit for Geo and stealth armor for Bleach and myself.
Yeah, and I wanted to put chemical seal, Greyman integration rating 6, and an auto injector on it.
Suit 4.
Yep. And with the acquisition times, the vehicle is still by far the biggest one.
Yeah.
So that's the
And that's in 2 days.
yeah.
And I've managed to register a level 7 generalist sprite, so
Okay.
we'll see if that comes in handy.
What, if any, and I'm gonna, like, this isn't even really gonna cost a common sense. I feel like this is so common that, you know, it's not special common. What survival gear are you getting in advance?
Oh, yes.
So I have a survival bubble, and I can get another one as well, just in case. And we have kit for filtering snow into water and starting fires and all that.
Yeah, I want to get a survival kit at the very least, which is available to Elite 4. Do you need me to roll that?
Nope. What's the under 9 or something is no roll?
It's under 12 technically,
12.
but I would
You
understand.
can go to Walmart and get one.
Yeah.
No, that's easy enough. How many?
I'll get a kit at Walmart too.
How many days of food are we?
comes with a week worth of ration bars, and we'll get another week of those. I think probably like pemmican blocks. Honestly, is usually what you eat with polar survival.
Hell yeah.
Pemmican mentioned. Now I'm thinking Rimworld.
Usually I'm the guy who's mentioning pemmican. Classy individuals.
I'm gonna be honest. We're gonna make Doggy Veg carry the food because he needs like 4 times as much of it as we do.
To be fair,
I love it.
Yeah. All right, so we've
That's my
got
joy.
survival. How many survival levels you got?
I have the one. We'll get another one. They are not hard to find.
No. 2 weeks worth of food.
Yep, and can melt snow into water. That shouldn't be a problem. Takes a bunch of energy to do that, actually, but we can start fires.
Okay. Any other specific survival gear you're picking up? Any med kits? Any stuff like that?
Yeah, the Valkyrie module in the vehicle, along with the rigger interface.
Yeah, and I have a rating 6 med kit. Okay. Like, I bought one of those. I think I also have a Savior med kit.
I'm gonna grab some stim patches just because I'm out, but it's the Veil 6.
Those are all super low availability. Go ahead and just buy them.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna get a trauma patch, actually. Why don't I have one of those?
Oh, yeah. Always get
okay.
All right. What are we naming the vehicle, gang? You gotta have a name. It's for what?
It's the tracked like ice crawler.
Yeah.
The scuttlebug.
Very good.
I don't know.
Sounds great to me.
Scuttlebug is fine, yeah. We could name it Sealy McSealface, but
Mono, you're saying?
I was thinking the simple topography, but Scuttlebug works too.
I like that.
So what I'm hearing is the Sleevey Mobile.
All right. Well, yeah, we have our equipment and we have our timeline, so I think we're pretty good to head out.
All right, let's do the. We can abstract the contact call here in terms of because, like, you know, not particularly compelling roleplay here, but we're gonna make the faces do face things here.
No, for sure.
Elle, are you here? Or are you AFK at the moment?
here in voice, was trying to sort out a little food.
Okay.
Not eating breakfast.
Realistically speaking, you're asking for something unusual, right? You're trying to get a really specific vehicle on a really specific time frame with really specific modifications, and that reads to me as this is going to cost you more. I am reminded of the last time I bought a car and tried to negotiate. It was literally the tail end of COVID, and the guy at the lot literally looked at me and went, "I'm a level with you. If you don't buy it, I will have this car sold in 20 minutes. Because there's somebody after you, so we're not budging on the price." Which is sort of where you're at, I think, with like, you want a what that does what for where kind of situation. So,
I think we will make the point that we are representing a humanitarian mission with deep pockets, and that it would be of benefit to their business to have their name attached to such thing.
that sounds like a con to me, because
Yeah.
go ahead and roll con.
That is lying.
Face folks, teamwork the hell out of this. Just tell me what you're doing to teamwork it.
Excellent. Bleach, you want to help me out with the lying aspect?
Probably I'll be playing good cop to your, or bad cop to your good cop.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'm
I mean,
very sorry. Could you set the scene for me, Rob? Where are we?
I feel like this is probably a Matrix meet. Given the level of cash being thrown around, I feel like this is a Matrix meet, probably on the greed level of Dante's, or something close to it. Where they're trying to, or you guys are trying to like order this like very particular, like item, and so you're because you're basically contacting the manufacturer essentially, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So basically like dude in a suit, Matrix icon.
It might behoove you as the bad cop to go with something to the effect of, well, you are also not the only producer of this vehicle. By the same token as there are other buyers, there are other sellers.
I mean, Bleach's approach is basically to be, hey, I work for a very specific organization. This isn't for their ends. This is for completely legal business. But I know people. We do business with you. It'd be a shame if I had to tell them that we need to start sourcing vehicles from someplace else, because you inconvenience me, you inconvenience a lot of my friends, a lot of my family, a lot of my cousins. It would be a real shame if there were some consequences attendant to that.
God
So all
bless
I'm
you.
asking of you is, let us pay you what it's worth. We'll tip you very nicely. Don't screw us. We have long memories.
All right, roll it. And this
All right.
was, are we purchasing the whatchamacallit, or is this a loan?
I think, honestly, the only way we're getting this thing is purchasing it. If we have to negotiate some sort of resale, I'm sure it would have a lot of value in somewhere like Shackleton. But for now, we're putting money on the table, I think.
Okay.
All right. We love teamwork.
It makes the dream work.
It's true.
All right.
9 hits, too high.
Here comes his countercon. He does have a chance to beat you on this one, but it's not amazing. And doesn't.
Excellent.
Okay. I think he sort of looks between, the very, very nice and approachable, totally not Delphi at the moment, and the... Did you just threaten me? Elf.
This is my combat maid, okay? Like, that should give you some idea of who you're dealing with.
Right. What is Bleach's... Is Bleach present as Bleach, or are you disguised? You're muted at the moment.
Brilliant. It's going to be a maid avatar from a well-known game, but it's also going to be an avatar that's been associated with going to a variety of less than savory places owned by less than savory individuals.
What is
This
Bleach's
persona has a reputation. Go ahead.
What is Bleach's street cred?
Astronomical. 46.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
A lot of runs. A lot of very dangerous runs.
Yeah, I think he looks mostly at Bleach and is well, how much are you offering here for this? Are you looking to rent it?
We are looking to pay for the price of the vehicle. If there is an issue, we wouldn't want to leave you hanging on that. We have sufficient funds to put down. I don't know what seems like a fair markup to you, just to grease the wheels. 200,000.
Okay. How much are you offering here?
Basically, the cost of the vehicle subtracted from 200 grand, and he would keep the rest, which is a good eighth of the price. Like it's a nice little finder's fee for him.
And you have 200 grand just sitting in your pocket?
Yeah. I mean, we got the advance, and I also have a bunch of cash in a big safe back in my office.
Why does this
Leech
not have
also has a good amount of money
why
to
does this
contribute
not
to
even
that.
have an availability on it? That's weird.
Probably because the books aren't written very well sometimes.
Boy, is that the truth.
What's the vehicle? Sorry?
The Chinook.
It's the Chinook Ground Craft. Like, it's in Rigger 5. Just availability dash.
Well, it's a legal RV. We're getting it kitted out with certain things, but
The stuff I rolled for is took it to 16, so that's what I rolled against.
Yeah. No, that's legit. Stares at Exalted. Right.
Right.
Okay. I think with that many hits on the availability and beating him by 4, and you're frankly bribing him, the tune of 55,000 new yen. I can't think of a single reason why he would not be like, yeah, let me hook you up real quick.
In all fairness, it is closer to like a 20 grand bribe with the modifications, but yeah, we are willing to make that happen because kind of need this thing, like more than we're letting on. It has like the radar system for ice thickness and all that shit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and really, even at a 20 grand, like there's, okay, you're paying for it in advance, and you're tipping the extra plus whatever the company is going to give them for selling one. There's no reason you'd say no to that. All right, how are we splitting up this 200 grand amongst the team at the moment? Who's chipping in for what?
I mean, seems fair enough that we all kick in 50 grand, and then if someone wants to take possession of it at the end, we reimburse. Otherwise, we can look for an opportunity to sell it at a fair price in Shackleton or at McMurdo.
Exactly my thoughts, yeah.
Yeah, that seems
Fine by
reasonable.
me.
All right, so you've been given 100 in advance, which we'll add it to your sheet. You have those credits, or credits. That's my other game. You have that new yen. Mark off your 50 each. Mark off whatever you spent for supplies and armor, and you are kitted and ready to go.
Yeah, load it up with crates of power bars or whatever.
Yes. We've been running for about 2 hours and change. Let's do just a real quick, call it 5-minute stand up, stretch, get water break.
Sure.
Sure.
3:40 p.m. we will do our resume, and until that, we will mute over here and leave our map of what is about to become very dangerous territory up on the screen. For our folks who are watching, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting my weird Shadowrun stream. And
Absolutely.
we'll be back in a minute.
Sounds great.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see here.
The Chinook also has a satellite uplink, which is kind of nice.
Honestly, yeah, that's going to be important for us in one site. Also, damn it, I got up and got water and lost water
Oh.
right before the fucking break. So here I am, looking like a maid. We're so fucked,
did
dude.
Did we? Oh, we did get the crake, I think, right? Yeah, you posted.
Yeah, we got the crate.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're in pretty good shape as far as gear goes.
Yeah.
Hard part's gonna be. I glance over it. It's true. Yeah, Antarctica's kind of. There's some nasty stuff in Antarctica too that I know about out of character.
Yeah. I don't think...
I'm looking at chat right now, Grin. The character wore a maid dress on like their first run because they thought it was funny, and the bits just stuck. I enjoy cosplay and maid dresses, so I figured I'd dress up for this run. My first Prime run, I also dressed up in a maid dress because I needed it for good luck.
Yeah. And Bleach lived, so...
I mean, she survived a Prime run as like her 6th run or something, which you're not supposed to do. Don't do that.
Yeah, this is Geo's first Prime run, but she's quite a bit further than like Bleach was or Doggy Bag was when they had their first.
It's amazing what you can do if you just accept that your character might die.
What drones does Geo take? Because we can't use up a ton of room in the Chinook.
That's right. I should figure out what I'm bringing.
Yeah, like we can bring the Proteus crate because it's small. Maybe we don't bring our squad of as technology crawlers and we just bring the secure sector. Because like we're probably just leaving Doggy Bag and Bleach to be the heavy hitters. Maybe we bring the sewer snake too. That might be actually useful here.
I'm going to go ahead and list out my equipment in game chat just because I know that Rob will probably find that useful.
Yeah, I'll also do that.
Let's see here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I have acquired a different shoulder cap.
Whoa! What's this one's name again?
This one's Chaucer. He's
Chaucer.
the dumber of the two. But he also is like a barnacle. The answer to your question, Grin Velocity, about a Prime run. So, ShadowHaven... Oh my god. Now I have 2 of them. ShadowHaven, like we do on Steel Horizons, does difficulty tiers of mission. And basically there's like an average... I have made a character... Yeah, let's not. I understand, but let's not. Thank you for that, Ryan. An average I just made a character mission is like a medium, right? A low is like easy for a base character gen person. A milk run is literally like we're running a social premise, essentially. From medium, it goes high, deadly, semi-prime, prime. And the level of difficulty, mechanically speaking, increases. The level of strangeness also increases. You tend to run into stranger locations. You tend to run into rarer things. The deck is more stacked against you, right? Like on a medium, you have to like intentionally screw up to screw up a medium, right? You have to be like, my character's being a dumbass, and here's how, on a medium, right? Because the water wings are on. The higher the difficulty of the mission, the more a player is expected to understand the intricacies of their character build and how it works, and their sort of core mechanics. But the more unforgiving the world becomes. At the semi-prime and prime level, we change some of the rules as written. So rules as written, you have a stat called Edge, we've talked about a number of times. And Edge in Shadowrun is the I win button, right? You fail a roll, you spend a point of Edge to go, no, I didn't. Let me roll the dice that didn't succeed, and I am far more likely to succeed now. It's sort of an I win card. You sort of like chips or bennies in Savage Worlds, right? It lets you do rerolls to get a better result. And you can burn a permanent point of Edge to survive something that should kill your character. And at the semi-prime and prime levels, depending on if the GM wants to do it, and I do, essentially that rule is suspended or modified, meaning that if a character dies, a character dies. I have killed 2 characters so far with these types of situations. And to be clear, I'm not like, yes, let me go kill characters. But finding good sort of narrative endings to them is sometimes that's how it happens. With this run, I'm essentially turning it on its side. If normally you spend Edge, you burn a permanent Edge, and the GM goes, okay, here's what happens magically to save you at the last moment. And we're going to come up with something, regardless of how we strain plausibility. With this, there needs to be some narratively plausible way you survive. You got left behind in the Antarctic ice by yourself without survival gear, 15 days away from anything. Make it make sense and we can have the conversation. You got blowed up. Make it make sense and we can talk in order to allow that mechanic. To answer your question, Gorsk on Twitch, mediums are built for brand new characters and brand new players. They're sort of intentionally built for you're gonna win unless you intentionally sort of screw things up. Lows are literally the put the training wheels on and please walk me through my mechanics. So yes. If you choose to join Shadowhaven, we do have a number of GMs where if you explicitly ask them to run something of like, I am brand new, I need a low run to learn how I'm a street Sam with a gun, I need to learn the combat initiative system and how to shoot people, like we'll do that. That's most of our GMs can do that pretty much off the top of their heads, so absolutely, it is a very noob friendly community, I'll be honest. I say having been that noob joining, where the thing I most remembered from Shadowrun was 2 editions ago. So, all right. I knew I forgot a thing. Water, and then we'll get started.
Water's important.
Get a cup of tea.
Rob, I said it while you were AFK. I'm writing out the gear that we're bringing along. Or that Bleach is bringing along, because there's a lot on her sheet and she's not bringing all of it.
He just got up again. I don't know if he can hear you.
Oh shit. I mean,
I'm
oh
bringing
shoot.
You're fine.
a decent amount of stuff, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, the big. Yeah.
All right. Looks like we have everybody back.
Yeah. The
Mics
big
are
question
on, cameras
is.
are on. I think we're good to go.
Yeah.
Let's start back in with sort of a roving spotlight moment. You now know what the job is, right? The team knows where they're going, and for some of them, they've got an indication of what might be going on because of the references to prior jobs and an artifact of interest. And so, what I'm going to ask for in sort of a round of spotlight here is the internal monologue, right? We've got a couple of days of gathering gear, of prepping, doing prep work, you know, and each character sort of living their life in the meantime as they now know they're going into what is, arguably speaking, a hostile alien environment. Second only maybe to like going to space itself. That has a lot of unknown variables and very few known details. But they have a really huge payday on the line for it. And for some of them, you know, for Geo, this is the job that sets up Oliver for life. Legit sin, a house forever. For Bleach, this is the forever home and the retirement home for all we know. You know, for Delphi, this is the door in, right? Getting the gratitude of the Foundation to the point that they'll open a door to that kind of contact. That's the doorway to everywhere at that point. Where that's the contact you call for anything and get a yes answer kind of thing. And then there's Doggy Bag, who, you know, just wants a trunk full of money, which I think is a really interesting narrative complement to our very serious motivations, like on the other runners' parts. So we started top down before. We're going to start bottom up this time. In the same sort of vein of an establishing shot, let's treat this as like a developing shot, right? Give us sort of the montage of a couple of days as the gear is getting gotten together and prepped. And if we were reading this in a novel, internal monologue about where they're at, what they're thinking about the job, and so on. So, so that I don't interrupt you, please vocalize when you're done. Right? Let me know when you're like, okay, that's, you know, pass the spotlight. So, Sark, we'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. So Delphi's spending a lot of the time making calls, trying to source the equipment, closing out a couple of cases that are like time sensitive with the detective agency, and then passing off others to their partner, which is a free spirit called Informer. And after that, pretty much running through polar survival sims or sims rather, and trying to get the at least basics down. Remembering the previous trip to the Arctic. Definitely anxious, but you know she's kind of I don't know. She's been through the ringer at this point. Been shadowrunning for like 5 years, and has been in a lot of dangerous situations. So not as you know, out of her depth as she might otherwise be. And working with the Foundation is also definitely a plus. I do think one thing we are going to do, though, is trawl through the Nexus, which is the prime data haven that we've got a membership to in Denver, and try to see if there's any activity around the Ronnie Ice Shelf that other professionals keeping an eye on the area might have noticed. Just trying to cover all our angles and predict what we might be dealing with. And based on that, we might make a divination as well.
Yeah, we could do that. What does... go ahead and roll your divination.
Sure. Well, the divination would probably be based on whatever information we can find there, like tailoring the what is in my immediate future question around that. But is there any information on say, corporate black sites in the immediate vicinity of the ice shelf? I know Horizon has a place on Deception Island at the end of the peninsula.
Give me a knowledge roll of some kind.
Sure.
Which skill you choose will tailor that information.
Sure. That sounds great to me. Have all the Big 10 at 3 ranks. Are you cool if I just throw you generic corporate knowledge there?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that makes sense.
Okay. Cool.
And then I want to go back to sort of the narrative of, like, you know, sort of where's her head at. Okay. Delphi knows that Antarctica is extraterritoriality heaven. Because, you know, there's no country to cause issues, and so it is one of those places where most of the major AAA players have some sort of facility there. Most of them don't talk about what they do there, and it's the weird sort of if you get assigned to one of these facilities, it is either because the AAA is up to some fuck shit and needs you know, specialist number 17 there, or you have pissed somebody off and you have been exiled to, you know, the site in the Antarctic Circle, and there's no sort of middle ground, right? You're either there because you must be there for critical research, or you're there because somebody's mad at you.
Right.
That being said, you know, it's almost like it's all black sites. It's black sites all the way down, right?
Right.
These are facilities that have been intentionally built either to study the unique magical resonances of Antarctica, or because whatever research they're doing is so frickin' wacky that they don't want to put it in a major city anywhere. Which really, you know, unhelpfully means you are potentially dealing with the worst of the worst. Give me give me like a specific divination question, and I think you're going to get more of what you're looking for.
Yeah, for sure. I think, honestly, the question is, what sorts of enemies will I encounter in the next week?
Okay. What does Delphi's divination look like? Like, what are the tools of this magical practice?
She's got a bunch of varying methods that she'll usually like try to statistically correlate results with like known outcomes based on like the subject matter. But her default is definitely the tarot. And there's also a little crystal ball on the tip of her sword cane for doing stuff in the field. But yeah, I think we'd weigh out a spread for this.
All right, roll me your divination. If I remember correctly, there's 2 rolls: the divination and the interpretation.
Yeah, I think we might have actually, because we use the 4E power, so I think it's just been amalgamated into one roll.
Okay. It's been a hot second since I played my character with Oracle.
No, you're good. You're good. I still have Augury and Swordowage on my sheet. I haven't swapped that out yet.
I think I need to do that also for Solitaire.
Yeah, Oracling.
Good lord. Okay.
I'm very good at it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's really good at this.
So, tarot cards, right?
Yeah.
Give me a moment to do a thing. So, and
That's basically to give you narratively a way to sort of preserve some of the stakes rather than, give me like visions of clear imagery of what we're doing.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to use a tool for this.
Oh yeah, no worries. In terms of the headspace, honestly, I think we're just trying to keep a cool head, and I think she's got the idea that people are going to be looking to her for some kind of direction, given the rest of the team is Bleach and Doggy Bag, and Geo is sort of new to this level of stuff.
Okay. So Delphi goes and lays out the spread of cards. And the spread reads the Tower to the left, the Devil, and then the Ten of Swords.
Oh, great.
The Tower, because I don't expect you to have tarot cards memorized, right? I don't. That's why I did a quick look-up thing.
For sure.
The Tower indicates sudden violent upheaval. Something that has occurred in the past was a sudden and violent upheaval of existing structures. And so whatever happened on the Lindsay Marie, Delphi gets this image of the boat and people, sort of formless, faceless people on the boat. And there's the feeling of normalcy and then the feeling of fear and panic. There's the sound of gunfire. And so definitely whatever happened, they were taken by surprise. The center card is the Devil, and often associated with deeper, darker selves, toxicity, shadowy pieces. And as her vision centers in on one of the fallen bodies, she has just the impression of this shadowy form, almost like a vampire leaning down to drain it. And then the right card, the Ten of Swords, which the Ten of Swords, as a reminder, figures fang-laced face down and is pinned to the ground by 10 swords. Often used to refer to terrible ruin, betrayal, pitiful endings, and painful endings of things. And the image that Delphi receives makes no sense to her at first. And this is going to be one of those remember this for later moments, right?
Right.
At some point later in the run, we're hey, remember that thing? The image that Delphi receives that is anchored to that last card is she's looking up at the sky, and there's the northern lights effects of as if she's standing in Antarctica, and her eyes are drawn towards a constellation in the sky. Fuck yeah, love it. Do you have any knowledge, skills related to constellations and stars and shit like that?
Yeah, I have astronomy.
Roll it. Love it.
All right.
The constellation that she is looking at is called the Cross. Let me get my notes on it, because again, when I tell you the level of frickin' research I did on this, she looks up from the South Star, Sigma Octantis, to the constellation that is called the Southern Cross. It is a collection of 4 stars that roughly form a cross shape, and in her vision, the center line of that cross glows like the aurora australis, I think it's called.
Yeah, the Southern
and-
Lights.
What's that?
It's the Southern Lights, yeah.
Yeah, and there's like that Southern Lights band across the center line of the cross constellation, and it's like it opens like a book or a doorway or a portal. It unfolds, and whatever Delphi thinks heaven looks like, that is what is on the other side.
Oh my.
So, with that in mind, as she is considering that, where's her brain at?
Definitely a little more anxious, especially because in the Sixth World Tarot, the devil is the dragon, which is rather ominous for this one.
Sure is.
But honestly, I think she, does the permutations in her head, trying to bring some kind of focus to things, and looks over at the mentor spirit like, hey man, I'd really love if you could back me up on this one. It seems kind of important. It really anxious, but trying to summon the willpower to overcome that. I think that's probably it for me. Thanks for giving me a spotlight, guys.
Thank you. All right, Matto, let's talk us through what's Geo doing during the prep week, and where's Geo's brains at?
I think in addition to registering the sprite, which was an all-day thing, she is probably taking some time in VR to research, matrix search the area around where the Lindsay Marie is, and I think we can handle the matrix search later if that's okay. But I think while she's doing that, she just feels like her wireframe matrix persona just sort of bubbling, and just as her anxiety builds, and it just sort of buds off into another version of her. She stares at it, and she tries instead to just focus on her research, and it says, "It will all fail, Shut up. You did a good job pretending to be a person for so long. Shut up. But you bring disaster. You bring ruin around you. You know what happened. You know what will happen. Please shut up." She tries to find it in the matrix so she could just resonance spike it away, but it's not actually there. You even have Mafia to watch you all break down. Ironic, isn't it? And it just sort of smiles, that crooked smile that she usually has. Oliver gets what he needs, no matter what happens. I just need the job to succeed. Wouldn't it be better if you weren't there? You know how you use him, how you drain him. You're gonna break him too. And then she just sort of screams and pops out into AR. Shut up! And Oliver just calls out for her, asking what's wrong. Nothing. Just spam. just pop-ups. Do your homework. Or, your summer work. That one. Please. She'll just sort of like try to recenter herself. Use the sort of vibing with the Matrix that Tyrannus tried to teach her to center herself, not fully diving deep, but, you know, regaining a standard frequency. The vector is gone, the split, and she'll continue her research.
It reminds me of the, like, there's a common sound on TikTok, I don't know what movie it's from, where it's like, we're probably gonna fail at this. Yeah, let's do it anyways. Alright, what are we matrix searching? What do you,
Research, Threshold 6, research institutions in the area of the Ron ice shelf. And, actually, no. What's going to be more useful, I think, is info on this mana storm, like typical how mana storms work in Antarctica, how, like, the effects they usually have, dangers that explorers or researchers there have to deal with, and how they deal with them.
Okay. Give me your matrix search roll.
Okay. I'm gonna prime charge first because I'm a dirty
of course,
cheater.
as one does.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, ow. So
Oof.
we'll take...
Where, I mean, you've got
won't-
enough time to sleep that off at least.
Yeah, but I will take a dice pool penalty, a 1 die penalty to the actual matrix search, but, you know, it's still +4. Oh wait, no, I won't, because trust data, not lore, makes matrix searches a logic.
Yep.
Haha. So it's 6 plus 7 plus 2. 2 from HotSim, plus 2 from Logic Link boosters, plus 5 from Prime Charge.
Gia seems like she would be into lore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Geo downloads the internet into her brain.
Yeah.
And let's talk mana storms. Hello, Unhinged Chimera, here for the kitties. Regent Meow is on camera. The running joke in the we just got a ping out from the vampire server I play on, where this thing is always screaming in the background, and so he is attracted. I think he's more popular than I am, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
And so we have people who are showing up to see the cats. So here is the cat. So mana storms. Mana storms are a problem, and most cities don't have to deal with mana storms this large because there's just too much conflicting magical energies, right, in a big city.
Yeah.
You know, a bad mana storm would be like a category 6 or 7 on the Dumas scale.
Yeah.
Once you start getting into category 10 and above, like, common belief is just avoid it if possible, right?
Yeah.
Go somewhere else, hunker down. The key thing that I think Geo will find interesting is that while it is possible that there are ambient effects of the Mana Storm, you are far more likely to be able to get by if you can take shelter during it. If you're out, because so Mana Storms create localized weather patterns in and of themselves, right?
Yeah.
So, especially with it being Antarctica, you can reasonably assume that the worse the Mana Storm gets, the worse the blizzard that's going to come with it is going to get. There's a certain level of force of the Dumas category rating scale where you are in the vicinity and that's enough, but you will be afforded some protections from the full brunt of the storm by being in your vehicle, by taking shelter in buildings, things like that. The big piece of like advice that exists on the Matrix in terms of magical theory about mana storms is don't get caught out in them, right? If you're in the blizzard and you are under the mana storm as well, you're going to catch whatever the ambient effects can be. Lower category mana storms are pretty consistent in that they have they produce maybe a spell, and if you get caught out in the storm, you have to deal with the spell. The higher the mana storm gets, the worse those spells get. And the broader the variety of spell. There's a point at which on the category scale where it's just, it is here there be dragons, right? Weird shit happens and we hope you survive it. Good luck. Mechanically speaking, to sort of put that in context of the world, right? Mana storms can produce a number of spell-like effects, and it uses its rating times 2 as its spellcasting pool.
Yeah.
Which, okay, Force 3 or 4, Force 6, not bad.
Yeah.
The fact that your contact referenced the last time one of these artifacts was being screwed with and was the subject of a run, it got up to category 15.
Okay. Yeah.
Is a problem. And can be a problem. So your big takeaways are: prepare for wacky magical effects. Guard yourself against magical effects, right? Which you already sort of knew vis-a-vis the gray mana.
Yeah.
If at all possible, don't get caught out in it. Being in a vehicle is better than being outside. Being in a building, and a warded building at that, is even better, right?
Yeah.
Any particular questions any particular questions that you want to go look for in that data?
Possibility of spirits. That are spirits that are sort of conjured by the mana storm or called to the mana storm potentially a threat?
Yes.
Okay.
So, one, and I mean, I know you know this out of character, but Geo will learn about the idea of background count and how dangerous that is for spellcasters and adepts and things of that nature. And really, because it's a mana storm, there's just no way to acclimate to it, right? It's a storm that's passing over you, so you sort of deal with the full suck of the storm while you're in it.
Yeah.
And spells that you bring into it and spirits you bring into it are going to struggle. Stuff that's conjured in it, the conjuring itself will struggle, but if you do manage to summon a spirit in the middle of it, it's automatically sort of aspected to the area because you conjured it in it. Just the conjuring itself is going to be on the struggle bus.
Yeah, and wild spirits that are just conjured because of the mana storm.
Is entirely likely, yes.
Yeah.
And will likely take what would have normally been quote unquote normal background count situations. Oh, somebody was murdered. It causes a violent spirit, or it causes like a background count of 2 or 3 to violence.
Yeah.
The mana storm's gonna take that and fucking turbocharge it.
Yeah.
Which I feel like narratively speaking, as Geo realizes that and finds that, is about the time that Delphi's D&I comes in, and there's definitely a level of like, well, crap.
Yeah, I think Geo's gonna respond with, everyone make sure to bring paint grenades full of blight.
Alrighty.
It's the mana storm will have unpredictable effects, spell-like effects. Even with insulation, we don't want. It will be easier if we're sheltered to handle the magical effects. Wild spirits, shadowy entities. Can Geo try to roll magical threats?
Sure.
Not exactly amazing. Or like spirits or something.
So
Same dice pool.
We'll do that as a knowledge roll, and then sort of move back into the narrative of where's Geo's head's at. Okay, 7 hits. Okay, we see you. Do you remember the line in Captain America where it's like, we'll take what's good and make it great, bad becomes worse, good becomes great?
No, I've never seen Captain America.
You look offended.
I am.
I'm sorry.
Man. Okay, so essentially that's the vibe, right? What a mana storm is going to do for local wild spirits or local background counts is essentially it's going to take something that's bad and make it worse. So what might have been a violence spirit becomes a toxic spirit. What might have been a ghost-ish becomes a shadim, right? Like good becomes bad, bad becomes worse. Worse becomes go away. It's going to amplify everything that's there, and you're going to a place that's been the subject of violence.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll just respond that in D&I, and then I think we can move on, because I've talked at the spotlight enough. Sorry.
You're good.
Okay. I do want to pause for just a moment and say thank you and hello to the pile of people that just showed up. We got a shout out on the Unbound server for the fact that we're streaming this. So thank you to my Unbound folks who showed up. This is I don't own it. This is the Shadowrun game that I help run with a bunch of other people, and this is my particular table in that community. So if you're interested in Shadowrun 5th edition, it is ShadowHaven Reloaded. I'll throw the link in the chat here. Unlike Unbound, which is like a 24/7, the game is going always. This is more of a drop-in, drop-out kind of system where you can always do role play and get screamed at by your cat, but there's like key game times and periods and such. Oh my goodness. Regent Meow, hush your
He's
face.
pissed.
Very cute.
So, our camera is going to move over to Bleach, and again, this is an opportunity for legwork. This is an opportunity for let's dive into the narrative piece of it, of like where is Bleach's head at, both leaving the meet and then as information starts to come in from the teammates.
All right. In terms of legwork, I mean, she's done. She helped get geared. She called her contacts to get things arranged. She doesn't know anybody who's in Antarctica. That's not going to be helpful at this stage. Where her head's at, though, she's going straight home to prepare. And she's going to stick to her usual routine of intense workouts. And ultimately, that's her attitude. I don't control much else besides what I bring to the table. Let me make sure that I'm on top of my game and my gear is on top of its game. She's very mission. I've called her Solid Snake in a maid dress for a long time, and that's the attitude. So
The job is everything.
when she gets home, she's preparing two duffel bags, one of them with all her B&D gear. She's got the auto picker, the passkey card, eavesdropping devices, repelling glove, and micro wire, although she doesn't really expect to need it. And then the other bag is going to get her proper full body armor, which, if we know a fight's coming, she might don that. We're packing away the pistol. We're packing away the big fuck-off sniper rifle this time. Bunch of grenades. She's getting kitted out for probably a real ugly time down there. Ultimately, she knows that all of this gear, does it matter? Sure. But what matters is whether or not she can fight whatever's coming with her fists, and she knows she can do that too.
What's the
Go ahead.
what's the feeling? Like, what, there's the sense of professionalism, and there's the I need something to do, and so I can go do this. I can prep the gear. I can, what's the feeling, right? We've got, Delphi is sort of living in the anxiety of some very deep portents, and Geo is hiding, I think, a significant level of fear, right? What happens if I die on this run and leave Oliver alone? What's the emotion driving Bleach at the moment?
I think the emotion driving Bleach is not so much fear as resignation. She knows that her number already could have come up in the tunnels under Seattle, in the underwater facility she raided on behalf of the Black Lodge, in freaking Butte, Montana, when she found a Tominos facility underneath some random city in the middle of nowhere. Like, she's been in so many dangerous positions over the years that at this point, she expects things to go wrong. She expects it to be a bad time, and she knows, could die here. There's a level of acceptance she's had to come to terms with on that, because one, she views it as worth it, and two, what she does. She doesn't know how to do anything else.
Do you see it more as like nihilism of like, if I die, I die? Do you see it more as, I know the risks and I'm good at math? It's a calculated risk, but I'm good at math kind of thing.
I think it's not nihilism anymore. At one point it definitely was that, but one of the more recent things that took us to Egypt, she ended up having like a sparring match with a spirit that's been around for a very long time, apparently. And it kind of imparted on her, hey, you're doing the right actions. You're trying to fight to deal with the biggest threats to the world. But it doesn't matter if you don't care. On some level, you need to care. You can't just be a nihilist. You can't just be doing this because you feel like, well, I guess I might as well do this instead of watching things end.
Okay.
Care about the world. And for a mafia mook who's been, kind of kicked around a lot, that's a foreign kind of perspective, but she's been trying to live up to it.
Okay.
Is she succeeding? No, but she's
trying.
She's trying.
Yeah. Are there any knowledge rolls or content calls, legworky stuff you want to do, or are we good to pass to John?
I mean, she's probably going to grab a drink with Quinn. dude's like her best friend at this point. Maybe drop a courtesy call to Karen, just say, hey, I'm going to be out of town on some business.
Okay.
Nothing you need to worry about.
Okay.
And
Anything
I
else
mean,
for-
I can roll my favorite knowledge skill on her sheet real quick.
Okay, that comes with risks.
She has 7 dice to a knowledge skill that's simply called Dragon Stuff with a question mark. So on 3 hits on Dragon Stuff, she thinks that there's dragons involved here, because she'd really like it if there wasn't.
Given what she has learned from... Hey, Suit, thank you for joining and sort of modding for me, surprisingly. Surprise Suit is surprise. Hello, Suit. Given what she's learned from the other runners' intel and what, what Moira mentioned, the likelihood of dragon involvement is low, right? Because dragons are dual-aspected creatures, right? They are. They're made of magic. Hanging around in a mana storm is going to be hella uncomfortable for them. Could they, if they needed to, just by dint of being, soak rolls of yes? Yeah, probably. But, narratively speaking, any dragon that happens to be in Antarctica at the time and can sense this mana storm coming has probably fucked off to Tahiti at this point. So your likelihood of dragon involvement is low.
All right. Great.
But not zero, just low.
Look, we'll take low dragon involvement likelihood any day.
It's never zero.
And twice on Sundays. I know it's never zero.
It's never zero.
She's got 10 negative rep with great dragons, so anytime there's not a good chance of them being involved, she's happy.
I mean that's fair. That's valid. Okay. Anything else you'd like to do before we move the spotlight?
I'm good.
Monsieur Le Doggy Bag, tell us, give us the montage. It's a couple of days.
All right.
Getting gear together. Where's Doggy Bag's brain at? What's the driving emotion?
I'm the bridge between worlds. I'm the closest thing we got to a vampire.
Yeah, this is about to be a bad time for you.
Yeah, well, that is the devil's bargain.
Yep.
I think that it would be very easy for somebody as capable as his sheet would indicate to fall into overconfidence and that sort of, functioning cyber psycho kind of a thing. And whether it is the dulling of the soul that being a undead monster has, or whether it's just raw willpower and an upbringing which instilled in him roughly -10 self-confidence. Doggy Bag is humble, maybe to a fault, and he really thinks that he might die. And not in a defeatist way, he's going to fight like hell, but he just thinks, Mana Storm might kill me. And there's nothing to be done about that. So I think he spends his day meeting with the 3 or 4 people that know the real him. It's a very select cast. I think he tries to set up his ghoul buddies in the Barrens that he looks after with some extra food. So maybe he spends some time cleaning up after a gang fight and salvaging and preserving the bodies for them to have some long-term food in case he doesn't come back. And I think in the evening he looks up online the nearest Lutheran church, because he's very bad Protestant, but technically his family should be going to one, or used to go to one. And I think he just spends the evening going there and praying. Not something that he does often. And of course, he's not praying for good luck on the mission, because we all know that doesn't work. He's praying that if he should die, that he'll be judged not just on the mistakes that he's made and the lives that he's ruined or taken, but on the good stuff too. He's praying for a fair balance of things in the hands of whoever's up there. And I have no preparations aside from fortifying, him fortifying his own mental faculties. And I think, I wanted to mention, Delphi was saying, I think I'm going to be something of a leader. She's totally right. I think DB is like, yeah, we were cornered by a dragon, and she got us out with 0 caveats. Like, we just walked away. And he's like, yeah, she's basically probably immortal. And not actually, I'm being facetious, but
we don't allow
that's our characters. Yeah.
Otherwise, they would have made
mortal elf with a little I, just a lowercase I.
Lowercase I.
But he'll probably stay up late, thinking about stuff, writing up some dead man's triggers for the couple of important people in his life, stretching, eating some good food, resting.
So
getting ready like hours and hours early so he's not late.
DB's he's an adept, right? Like, this is your first time on my table.
He's a mystic adept, yeah.
Mystic adept, right? So like, I'm still getting used to your character, and
sure.
What even the adepts have a magical tradition, right? Like, what is his magical? tradition?
Yeah. So he is a chaos mage in the Shadowrun sense. So basically, to him, magic is just a thing that you can do, and whatever you believe in will work. And so he draws from essentially every tradition. So he has a focus that's a tattoo. It's a tattoo of the coming of Surtur in Ragnarok. So it's like kind of Norse, because his family's Norwegian. He has other accoutrement that's very dark magic, like kind of playing on, he's like a vampire. He treats his spirits kind of like a shaman would. He negotiates with them. He tries to respect them, whatever. So he does, whatever works, and it kind of also, it doubles with his really bad knowledge of how magic works. Like, he's just not actually very well studied. He's a very physical, he's a jock, right? He's like, I know how to do it. I couldn't explain it to you.
I gotcha. I do it because this is how they taught me to do it.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna steal a mechanic for a second, and this is definitely we're gonna rule a cool moment. Because magic in the sixth world is not just I cast spell, effect happens. I cast fireball. I didn't ask how big the room is. It's tied into faith. It's tied into magical practice, and that's always a part of magic I feel like we don't dive into enough. Is that there's all the theory and the philosophy and the religion and the spirituality that goes into it that creates magical effects. And so we're going to borrow a mechanic for a second. Sark, what's the oracle roll?
It's a sensing plus initiate grid.
Okay, so John, give me that roll for DB.
Sure. I am. What's really funny for a dual-natured character? I am horrible at a sensing.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a blistering 7 dice. 2 hits. Okay.
2 hits. Okay.
And a glitch. 4 ones.
That's a glitch?
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna have a meta game moment, right? You glitched an oracle roll, essentially, right? So where my brain is at, right? He goes and prays. He's a chaos. He's a chaos mage. He's got this sort of Norse sort of vibe to some of his traditions practice. And I'm like, okay, going and praying before the big run, let's do sort of a Norse flavored vision for some clues to foreshadow stuff that's going to happen. I'm going to give you a bad answer, right?
Okay,
right?
Sure.
And so the above table moment on this is to DB, this is going to feel perfectly real. but I need you as the player to know, like, this is a bad idea, right? And so
Okay.
when this eventually becomes important later, we can deal with the in-character versus out-of-character side of this.
Okay.
But I always like to draw that line of, like, we as the audience and the players know when something's a little hinky. Because I always hate ST gotchas of, like, haha, just kidding, I lied to you 17 hours ago and 2 sessions ago, and you didn't even remember it, right? Which is bad feels. So,
No worries.
as Doggy Bag is praying and thinking about, you know, maybe this is the mission that takes him out, you know, because it's not going to be a bullet. It's just not. You know, maybe this is the storm that weakens him enough and releases him from the curse of his infection. He nods off. He sort of has a, like, is it a daydream? Did he fall asleep? You know, that weird sort of liminal space of a Sunday afternoon nap. Is it 6 p.m., 6 a.m.? What day, what year is it? That kind of weird, disconnected from reality. The waking brain and the waking world are not really connected right now. And he sees whatever he thinks of as Valhalla and Asgard. And it's sort of this, in the logic of dreams, it's both, it's neither, it's everything, etc. And in one moment, it's whatever he pictures as Loki going to open the door. And in another, it's Odin. And as he, you know, the half-awake brain struggles to make sense of it, focuses on Odin, and it sort of settles into that Odin feeling as Odin opens the door to Valhalla, to Asgard, to the promised land of where, you know, fighting, drinking, and carrying on with your bros forever. And the last thing that lingers with him as he sort of wakes from this daydream-esque sort of liminal space is like Odin sort of extending his hand for you to join him. And again, I really want to stress, this is the glitch response, right? So
Sure, yeah.
at some point later in the run, admittedly probably during our last session in 3 weeks, like, please feel free to ask for the reminder, and we're going to really draw the line between, like, you knowing that this was a glitch response versus what Doggy Bag thinks. And as Gorst notes, this is a really unfortunate result on a Prime run that, you know, will totally not be important later. Cough, cough.
We'll see.
So, anything else you want to do? Any sort of mechanical, legworky contact calls, knowledge rolls that you want to do?
Not really. I am along for the ride, so to speak.
Okay.
If anybody is doing anything and wants, you know, buffs, that's how I can be of use during legwork, pretty much.
Okay.
But otherwise, yeah, I'm good. Sharpen my sword, take a shower, you know.
All right, let me get our notes up to date, and we will do our sort of montage of travel.
I have just one quick question. Would a high lifestyle be enough for Geo to get a babysitter for while she's gone?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I imagine she has one she usually calls, just because.
How long are you telling them that you're going to be gone?
A week, and she'll pay for a week, and if it's longer, if she has to be gone longer, she'll find a way to let them know.
Okay. easily enough done. And the team, so let's see, the vehicle was acquired after 2 days. So by functionally day 3, right? So we're going to try to keep this anchored to real time. That's part of the reason why we've extended out the, like we know this is running the next 3 weeks. Realistically, Wednesday is, I think, when we start the travel.
Mhm.
The 5th. So, on the 5th, you get the information and instructions to meet Webster at SeaTac in the morning. And to make sure that whatever your gear, kit, etc. is present. We can do sort of an assumed competence on this for our stream viewers. One of the critical rules for ShadowHaven that is literally my favorite rule as a GM ever is we call it the assumed competence rule. Because every gamer in the history of time has probably dealt with a GM going, well, you didn't explicitly tell me you had 50 feet of rope on your sheet, and I know you're a seasoned adventurer, but it's not on your sheet, you didn't bring that, and so now you're screwed. And like I have rage quit games over that, if I'm being honest, of like, come on, make that make sense. So, under an assumed competence, are we having the vehicle delivered to SeaTac and we communicate to Webster like we need a big plane and we're taking the vehicle with us? Did we arrange the vehicle to be dropped off in Antarctica and so we get to take a smaller plane? Talk us through that.
I don't know that this company would have the capability to drop it off in Antarctica, and we probably wouldn't want to leave any kind of trail that that's where we're going in like Matrix hosts, just because there might be people watching the situation. The vehicle can come with a hook to be like airlifted, so that is an option that wouldn't require a big like C5 or something.
I'm sorry, I had a auditory processing moment. Will you say that last part again?
So in the entry in Rigor 5, it says it can come with an optional hook to be airlifted. So that would be an option in terms of figuring out our travel vehicle. Gotcha. Like it doesn't need to physically fit inside of it.
No, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to stand up to the shearing force of like a suborbital flight.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it's a suborbital flight, then yeah, we would need to have it.
Well, and that's the assumed competence, right? Of like, are you communicating to Webster during our montage time, hey, we're bringing this with us?
Yeah, we'll outline the vehicle's specs and basically say like, look, if you can get this closer than it otherwise would be. I mean, we're willing to work with you on travel options, but whatever you think is best operationally speaking.
Okay. I think Webster's response to that is the safest is we can have it shipped out there. It'll take about 5 days of travel time, and so that will eat into our travel week. Or we can get it smuggled, but that's still going to take like a day or so, because there's a level of speed. If we ship it in a C-150, what the heck are those called? One of those, right? Like those are slow as hell.
Right.
If we use the attached to the bottom, we can go a little bit faster, but there's like an upper limit of speed before the thing shears off.
Right.
And you're risking damage at that point.
Right.
So, each of your options, smuggled in a slow plane, attached to a fast plane, or shipped by a slow boat to Antarctica, have pros and cons. And I will have a response for the team based on what option you guys want to choose. Since this is abstracted, please feel free to discuss it sort of out of character, mechanically, like how you want to handle that.
Well, I mean, in terms of risk factors, I think the plane going at maybe slightly above reasonable speeds is probably our best option because we can fix like damage, but we can't get back lost time that might otherwise mean the parameters of things have escalated or that targets have died.
Yeah, honestly, I agree. The worse the mana storm gets, the harder it will be to operate, and the more dangerous it will be to, well, doggy bag. And more
Yeah, that makes
difficulty
sense to
that
me. We can
Leech
go
will
with
have. Leech is an adept, right?
That's correct.
So
I'm pretty good at managing, but
yeah, I agree that we should accept the difficulties of the fastest option.
We can also go ahead of it as well and establish a forward operating base for it to be dropped off at for when we need to make use of it. So if you can get us inserted like onto the ice shelf itself, and then we could set a rendezvous point for where the vehicle is going to be.
seems agreeable to me.
Okay.
Okay, so to make sure I'm understanding, we're choosing the slower plane option.
I think we're going to go with the faster plane option,
The
actually.
faster plane option. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a group edge check.
Okay.
Great.
Hey, this is where I shine.
We're going to call this a threshold 5 since you've chosen the fastest option. Jesus Christ, John.
I'm protagonist coded. I can't
4
help
right
it.
there. And Delphi. Man.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. Is that a glitch? It's not a glitch.
No.
Okay.
Edge is the best investment of karma, hands down. I don't know what to tell
Honestly,
Kind of is.
kind of my real opinion.
you. It is my real opinion. Bleach is just cursed to never have more than 3.
That's fair. Okay. So for our folks watching, again, Edge is your I win button. And sometimes when it comes down to just like, are you lucky or unlucky, the team rolls their edge as a how lucky are they? Okay. So Webster will arrange a separate pickup of the vehicle on a not quite suborbital flight. Basically, it'll be a suborbital vehicle, the plane that sort of goes slow so as not to shear the stupid thing off.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Would we be able to let her know the plan once we have ordered the vehicle, like in that interim period, just to maybe shave a day off of the time schedule here? I'm mostly thinking of if there are people trapped on that boat who are severely injured and bleeding out or starving to death or something.
I don't think that it would necessarily shave a day off, mainly because the logistics of an operation like this just require time. You've got to get
for sure.
the right vehicle. You've got to get, she has to arrange a suborbital flight for you folks to get you on the ground as fast as humanly possible, and a slightly slower than suborbital flight for your vehicle, and then arrange them to arrive roughly contemporaneously.
Right.
The real question of this sort of section is do you arrive Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday night, or later in the week, kind of a thing.
Right. No, for sure.
So I think with giving her advance notice, again, assume competence, and the fact that you get lucky and there's no complications on the shipment of the vehicle, the team is able to get on ground of the Ronnie Ice Shelf probably Wednesday afternoon.
Great.
Okay.
Oh.
Who do we lose?
Just a spectator, I
we lost
believe.
the spectator.
Yeah.
Okay. It's abundantly clear as the team arrives at SeaTac that the Draco Foundation is spending an awful lot of money. I don't want to belabor the point with like this specific vehicle on this specific page, but
They're here in force, yeah.
yeah, they have absolutely spared no expense. These are expensive vehicles, expensive fuel, and private Draco Foundation pilots. And really, it's all seen in small ways, right? You're given instructions of which terminal to go to in SeaTac, and you pass a number of like terminal closed for maintenance. You sort of get a security check in that like the SeaTac security goes to like give you a hard time and then realizes who you are and right this way, sir or ma'am. You're looking for gate, yada yada yada. And so lots of small little fiddly moving pieces have been paid off for you. These are absolutely luxury accommodations. You are being flown on a suborbital flight that probably costs more than the average runner makes on a job. There's food on the plane. There's alcohol in the bar, and the glasses are pre-chilled. That's real leather seats. They probably had to get some modifications done to one of them. Like there's a giant sized seat, sort of.
Roomy.
And by sort of, I mean Doggy Bag is laying down for most of this. Right? There's just not really an option to be seated upright. And so like 4 seats have been taken out and a lounging recliner kind of it's super comfy, but I hope you don't want to be like upright for any amount of time.
Yeah.
Has been put into place.
He'll look over to the others that were on that last prime and be like,
Well, it's better than getting transported in a shipping container. It's damn near luxury.
Has that happened before?
Oh yeah.
Ish.
I mean, it's definitely better than the fishing boat, so
Oh,
no complaints
I was
here.
in the freezer that whole time, cuddling with iron, of all people.
He was thrilled about it too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he could use some more affection. Tongue sticking out face.
I won't tell him he said that.
Yeah, please don't. He would kill me.
I feel like this is a good, like in every heist movie, there's like the weird like smash cut flashback moment. Like, what did it look like? Doggy Bag and iron in a shipping container.
the funniest thing is that Doggy Bag was pre-surgery and he didn't have any money, so he was literally dressed in rags and covered head to toe because he was a bone monster. And they were in like a non-functioning freezer in the bottom of the boat. And then separately, they were also, the whole team was crammed into a shipping container. And of course, he's the only giant. He's taking up the whole thing. So everybody else is like sitting on top of him for like multiple hours at one point. And then later, him and Tempest slept in a dumpster for like 3 days in a row. So it was just one of those runs, where you're.
What is our smash cut to the fishing boat?
Well, you're going to get the treat of seeing Captain Maid at the helm of a fishing boat, sailing north into the Arctic Sea
That's funny.
with First Mate Delphi providing helpful guidance. As the pair of them swap off, trying not to get caught approaching the site of the last big job they worked together.
That's really funny. You've now been to both poles with these characters.
Yeah.
Okay. Webster will pass off to whomever wants to take it. Basically a heavily modified comlink. So where I got the idea for this, right? So I'm currently under heart monitoring because I had a weird doctor moment, and the doctors want to monitor the heart. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
And the last time I had to do this drama, it was a sensor with wires attached to like a thing on the belt. It was such, I hated it. I hated it so much. It is literally now a patch sensor that goes to a cell phone included with it. And the cell phone does nothing except this, right? So it's sort of that like, here is your device with a one button panic button kind of thing. So it's a heavily sort of like tweaked comlink. Hi Plum, welcome. Basically she will explain this is a panic button. You will activate this for one of two reasons. Reason number one, you have completed the job and you are ready for pickup. You have saved the crew of the Lindsay Marie or have verified their fate and either recovered the Marie or scuttled her. And if at all possible, you've located the artifact of interest that the Marie was studying and are bringing it home. Best case.
Right.
Or you have hit a point where you know you cannot continue. As much as corporations and Shadowrunners talk about disposable assets, I would rather people come home than die. I don't know if that makes me soft for this job, but it is what it is. If there is a point at which you cannot continue, you press this, and if at all possible, we will come bail you out. And job's over. You will keep the money that I've given you as the down payment, and perhaps obviously everything else will be off the table.
If we rescue the crew, and we want to keep them somewhere safe before we look for the artifact, don't use this. Look for somewhere on our own.
Yeah, correct. Because, like, signaling this says this is your "I'm done" button. She says.
Okay.
I'm done. I won. I'm done. I lost. Like, this is the "I'm done" button.
Okay.
We, for reasons I'm not really able to disclose, our ability to operate in that region is somewhat limited. I am confident I can get you in without attracting too much attention. I am confident that I can get you out without attracting too much attention. But a third and fourth transit will expose the Foundation in ways that I'm not comfortable with.
Sure. We will secure fallback points in Shackleton and off the coast if we're able to recover the vessel.
Okay. Any last minute questions for me?
Well, we need a description of the artifact.
Right.
The files for what the Marie was studying is located on the Marie. I am not at liberty to say at present
Right.
There are
And
too many ears here.
right. And have you asked the specifications for the Lindsay Marie physical and matrix
Yes.
to us?
Yes.
Okay.
Here you go. Okay. So the Lindsay Marie is a basically modified ice cutter ship, which in and of itself was like a modified, like vaguely cruise ship. Whatever I forget the name of it in Rigger 5. There's like a fancy sort of multi-deck yacht. Here are the things you know based on the design specifications. You know that there's basically 4 decks, deck 0, 1, 2, and 3. You know that deck 0 is going to have, in my stream folks, you get sort of a preview of what the map looks like. You know that deck 0 is going to have kitchen and crew quarters, and boat access if you want to approach from the ground, so ground access because it's stuck on the ice, right? You know that deck 1 is going to have security, storage, and most of your engine machines live on deck 1, your motors and machine rooms. Deck 2 is labs and cabins with various research facilities. What would have been guest quarters on, like, this was originally built as a cruise ship, essentially. So it would have been, you know, the cabins that you know, the guests would stay in. Deck 3 is going to have sort of an upper level machine room, as well as some larger laboratories, as well as the bridge and captain's quarters. In terms of the host on the Marie, and defenses, you will know that there are gun turrets built into the walls everywhere, basically as internal security, armed with Ares Alphas. You can reasonably assume that if the Foundation's nice, they're armed with rubber bullets. If they're not nice, they're probably armed with APDS.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're autonomous turrets means that aside from for a runner team of this variety, that's more of an annoyance. Though, especially for Geo, getting shot by one of these is probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
The host itself is identified as a Nautilus 9 research core, which is a industry host, which means it can be accessed from the Matrix, but ambient noise native to Antarctica and the ever-increasing mana storm makes screwing it with it from Seattle just a logistics impossibility.
Yeah.
It is a rating 7 host.
Okay.
It has a firewall of 10, a data processing of 9, an attack of 8, and a sleaze of 7.
Okay. I was scared it would be much higher. It's still nothing to sneeze at. But...
Right. So you already know what's in the ice tray. The key thing that makes the host a little dangerous is that it's already an alert. It's starting out alerted. Roll me a Matrix threats knowledge. Roll me a Matrix engineering knowledge.
Matrix threats. I assume Dissonant Technomancers probably doesn't apply here. Would be scared if it did, because it's just an extra thing on top. Oh, okay.
Heck yeah. Teamwork.
Okay.
as you're both like looking over the data.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I can't.
four's enough for this. This is common enough knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay. Industry hosts are weird. They don't behave like regular data hosts. Industry hosts are usually built to control multiple devices and are used for usually industrial means. The fact that this is an industry host on the boat basically means two key critical things. One, the ice is a little slower because there's just more shit going on. Mechanically, normally hosts launch ice at the beginning of combat turns, for an industry host at the end. Counteracted by the fact that, they're already launched. The real problem is, normally, when you attempt to deal with a slaved device from the inside of the host, you can isolate the device itself. You're just dealing with the device rating. With an industry host, that's not true. You're always dealing with the host rating because everything is that like super crazy connected.
Yeah.
That might help us here if we are able to achieve a direct connection, honestly, because we will be able to compromise multiple systems.
Well, it's an industry host, so we can't. So it's not. So being in the host does not count as a direct connection.
No, what I mean is if we can do the arrow link thing, from there we would be able to get into the other linked systems and like potentially the camera and the database.
Yeah, it's like everything would be in the host. It would just be pretty beefy defenses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely can't directly connect to those, which is okay. It's a good use of the industry host because you've removed the downside of it, which is the ice deploys at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
Well, and I didn't want to do like from a game design standpoint. I feel like it's almost become a meme. Oh, it's a prime run. It's an offline host.
Right.
Yeah,
no, I
It's a
totally
prime
get that.
run. It's destination host. You have to go there.
Especially a research vessel. I mean, it makes sense they would want satellite uplinks.
Right. So I felt like it was a nice. This is unusual enough, and the mechanics are interesting, and it's not the meme of like, haha, we know it's an offline host again.
Right. No, for sure. I mean, I think we have a good plan here. Is there a blind spot in the approach vectors, like somewhere where we'll be exposed to the least amount of fire while we try to disable it?
So she will send you, and I'll put this in our Discord game chat, a aerial picture of the Lindsay Marie, where it is currently beached in the ice. And, she sort of gives an awkward shrug. She's no longer dolled up to the nines for the meet. Like, this is definitely like she's shown up to work today. The hair's in the messy bun. The Coke bottle glasses are back. The tablet is like her clipboard. And there's definitely a level of like you ask that, and she gives that nasally snort, awkward laugh moment before she sobers and like seriouses herself up, and she's like, not really. It is, we can drop you outside of the threat detection radius, or further away if you want to like establish a base camp, and then you guys tell us where you want us to kick you out of the airplane, basically.
If you can put us on the top of that eastern ridge, or close enough to it that we can make the approach ourselves, that'd be great.
Yeah.
As for the vehicle, should probably get it onto the island nearby, so it's on solid ground, and then we can plot out a course across the ice to rescue the survivors in the event that we're not able to maneuver the ship out of the ice?
You are talking about Bow something island that is too grainy for me to read, so let me pull that up real quick. Antarctica map, what is that place?
Also, with regards to the approach, I can attempt an improved invis at any point. Which,
That'd be
depending on how
helpful.
good the dog brains are, they might just not be able to beat it.
That's true.
Just sort of depends on the local conditions, the maximum useful range of this crossbow, and I'm not very good at it to begin with. So we're just looking for, like, we basically have to hit a turret for the module to connect.
Yeah.
What do you have to crossbows? Because Bleach actually might have a better pool than
You would be the better one to take the shot for sure.
Okay.
We've
you're
got
talking
11
about
dice.
Burke
That's more
Island.
than I have, yeah. Yeah, I've got like 7 dice.
If the
Bleach. After you.
if hitting, oh sorry.
After you.
Oh, if hitting the arrow link is not possible, I should be able to cut through the local noise at least. I have a tendency to lessen the noise, just a side effect of my algorithms, I think.
Sure.
So, but
Okay.
the arrow link would allow us to bypass the firewall on our way in.
We'll see what the winds are like. If we can land the shot, I have a signal booster as well that
Oh,
you should be able to connect to.
You have a Pytech?
Yeah,
Ooh. Nice face.
yeah. I'll show off the CCOB that has our tech shit in it.
If you put the crossbow in my hands, I'll be able to sneak up and touch the damn thing.
That would
Yeah, I'm
that
that
would be
good.
yeah. You should definitely be the one to take the shot, and we have enough cable to link back to us.
You got it, no problem.
All right, yeah, no, I mean, this looks like a solid plan. I'm not sure quite how far away the forward operating base is from the ship's position, but hopefully we will be able to make it there on foot and chart out a
the
safe route.
map's a little weird, just because of like the sizing of things.
No, it's totally good, and I mean the terrain on the ground is also like a major consideration. So like we kind of have to improvise a small amount of it.
GM, 1 point of order. We had a day of rest. Do we get a point of edge back?
Oh yeah,
Just double check.
Unless you've got insomnia or something, yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, if you.
Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. I have to check for that.
Yep. Double check that you don't have insomnia, and if you do, roll it. But beyond that, yeah, no, you recover edge. You've got enough to recover 3 days, essentially 2-3 days. We can hand wave stun, like it would have rolled off by now for the sprite summoning and so on. Okay. Ooh, does Delphi have insomnia?
Yeah. And surprise, we're gonna use drugs to cope and smoke some Zen for us.
There you go.
We love.
Yeah, that's Delphi, I know.
Nancy.
Damn.
That's Shadowrun if I ever saw her.
There we
All right, and we had 2 edge, so I'm gonna do a 3rd. Okay, cool. We got my edge back.
Alrighty. In terms of timing, I think here's how we're going to handle the rest of our session. We're going to deal with some narrative travel montage and pardon me, and sort of the landing and establishing the shot of the Lindsay Marie. I suspect that will take us to 5:30, and then let's do sort of our session debrief and call it at about 6. Only because I can almost promise that the exploration of the Lindsay Marie is like a session unto itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
So I think that's like a good sort of stopping point for where we're at. That puts us at 5 hours of play. which I think is kind of reasonable. Normally we go for about 6, but I don't want to stop in the middle of like, I don't know, the clip. You guys tell me. Do you want sort of like the it's in front of us sort of cliffhanger, or the we're in the middle of it cliffhanger?
Fine with either, honestly.
I think I'd advocate getting as far as we can, personally.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna call this then a hard stop at about 7. That puts us at 6 hours of play. Okay. Though
If you have a suitable like cinematic and intermission point too, like feel free to jump us out like a few minutes earlier. Or whatever.
No, I know.
Yeah.
What I think we're gonna do is we'll get things sort of rolling. We'll hit a good like cinematic spot of like a pause, and then I just need to go like turn the oven on and like sort out some dinner stuff. But that'll be
Yeah,
like,
no
a 5-minute-ish break, and then we'll carry on. We'll set our stop actually at 6:30. That gives us time to do our session debrief.
Sounds great.
It's an Elmic. Hello, Elmic. Okay. If it weren't for the fact that you know that you're going into a frozen hellscape, the plane ride would be lovely. You know, luxury accommodations, real leather, real food. They have spared no expense. Suborbital flights. The closer you get to the Antarctic Circle, the darker it gets.
Yeah.
And you're reminded, and or it's like a tier 1 matrix search that we can abstract, that because of the geographic location of Antarctica, it essentially spends 6 months in summer and 6 months in winter, and that essentially turns into 6 months of daylight, 6 months of darkness. You are at the tailing edge of winter. The season of darkness is from March to September. And so there is at least 2 more months of middle of the night, pitch black darkness. And that turns into very cold, very dry, very windy terrain. It is the coldest it gets. It is, and it's been cold forever. The cold has settled into the landscape. As the suborbital flight, gets closer and you see everything sort of come into view, you're struck by how pretty it is. It is landscape that is outside of dots of things here or there, unspoiled. It is one of the few places in the 6th world that has not been taken over by urban sprawl and mega corporation, buildings. Yes, they're present, sort of. You can see, an arcology pyramid over there, and you can see South Pole Point, which is the UCAS sort of location. That Shackleton's underground and under the ice. But it's gorgeous. Antarctica in real life and on our map here, because I did math before the game started, is like 5,500 kilometers wide. It's huge. And the majority of that's empty snow. The things that sort of stand out, there are goblin cats licking wires.
There's 2 of them.
That.
Oh.
He is a god. I swear to God, he's a goblin. He has everything his little kitty brain could possibly want. What does he do? Licks the cords to the electric blanket, or electric bed. Because reasons. Some things that stand out to sort of each of the characters. You know, as the suborbital flight is getting closer, what stands out to Delphi is two of the brighter stars in the sky, known as the pointers, which is Alpha and Beta Centauri, otherwise known as Alpha Crucius and Beta Crucius, which is the line of stars that make the center of the Southern Cross. And she remembers seeing those stars open like doors. To Geo cannot escape that Antarctica itself almost looks like it matches the Fibonacci sequence. And can see the mathematics of mountains as it traces along what's called the Transantarctic Mountain Range. And so it's almost as if the Antarctic continent itself follows that, and that mountain range just stands out to them as being right along the sequence.
Yeah, she'll just open an arrow while they're flying and just sort of start scrawling like sacred geometry notes.
Heck yeah.
A little furiously.
For Bleach, you know, Bleach is grounded in the job. And Bleach is grounded in the practicalities, which I think is an interesting contrast, because Delphi's got the sort of magical seer vibe, and Geo's got the Matrix seer vibe, and, you know, Doggy Bag is the jock of the group, and is vibing, you know, and Bleach is the I'm a fucking professional, you know, I am professional maid assassin. And all Bleach can see is how this goes wrong. The ice shelf moves with continental drift. Getting the vehicle across the Transantarctic Mountains in any sort of reasonable shape is going to be difficult. You've got, you know, the Lindsay Marie located in the northwest. There's... Roll me a whatever corporate knowledge you have at the moment for some of the stuff that stands out to you.
You get 6 dice towards MCT.
Okay. Bleach's eye gets drawn to the MCT Frozen Tundra site. Like, there is a full corporate presence of MCT on this island. And it's right there, right? You know, you see, probably because it's hard to miss, right? Especially as you're coming up from the south. The Ross Ice Shelf has an Aztechnology arcology pyramid on it. In the far north, there's a Renraku arcology. You know, there's all of these ways this goes wrong. And there's all of these corporate presences here. You have every flavor of the rainbow of high threat response functionally next door. And so it's not, you know, you don't have to deal with AAA ratings, but the second something goes loud, it goes loud everywhere. And then becomes a matter of who's chasing you. Doggy Bag sees puppies, basically, right? Like I am in my brain, and I'm not trying to like make your character sound stupid, so please like edit this accordingly.
He's a little stupid. That's okay.
He's a little stupid. You know, there's definitely like he's looking out the window and sees, oh my god, you and basically sees what amounts to Arctic Fenrir hounds running around. These giant packs of cold-adapted paracritters. Interestingly, there's the are there bears in the Antarctica thing. You don't see any bears, but you do see scores of penguins, seals. There's probably a moment. Let's see how lucky you are. Roll an edge test. Just doggy bag.
Oh, my favorite roll.
I know you got so much of it.
3.
Three will work. There's a moment where you literally see a bunch of fins approaching a bit of ice that is broken off that things are on top of. There's a word for it.
Iceberg?
I guess there's a word for it. I want flow, something. Anyways, you see a bit of ice free floating that a bunch of seals are on, and then
it's flow.
Flow. These fins go towards it, and you see an Arctic whale breach and knock over the flow, spilling a bunch of penguins into the water, and then it just turns into a feeding frenzy of whales. What will probably stand out the most is holding court amongst other sea lions, which are already pretty big, is a paracritter sea lion, where it is just utterly massive, and proceeds to go hunting whales for fun. You are a troublemaker.
I'm telling myself that I'm the para sea lion.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm choosing to believe.
From perspective of Doggy Bag, he's not that big. From the perspective of Geodesic, you understand why the story of Jonah and the whale might have happened. As you're approaching the island, Beckett, whatever it was called, that little island in the Ronnie Ice Shelf, one of the crew members comes out with parachutes. And
delightful.
Basically goes, okay, who needs the safety briefing on how to do this?
I raise my hand.
Will it help?
It might make you feel better.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
So, child.
Okay.
The crew member proceeds to go through the base jumping safety brief. Right.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to put the parachute on. We're going to hit a stable level. Your gear has already been equipped with auto-deploying parachutes. Your biggest goal is going to be to not panic and to not screw up the system and get yourself all turned around. Seriously, don't panic. Let's say that again. Seriously, don't panic. Right? It is set to auto-deploy.
Panic.
Theoretically, you will not need to do much besides point yourself in the correct direction.
Okay.
That being said, you will want to bend your knees when you hit the ground, right? You want to try to hit the ground in a roll, and try not to break anything.
Sounds great.
We do have a U-sized parachute, sir, he says to Doggy Bag.
Right.
And
Perfect.
beyond that, any questions we can clarify for you?
Will I live?
Yes. He
Okay.
says, uncertain why you would ask that.
Right. What if it doesn't open?
And I'll catch you.
Oh. Okay. 3, 7. Instrument.
We usually have backup chutes on parachutes, right?
Yes.
There's a manual release for those, I assume.
There is a manual release, yes.
Where is it?
He will model the manual release.
Okay. Right. You're right. Okay.
Okay. So the suborbital goes over the Antarctic Peninsula, makes a bank over the Weddell Sea, and basically comes down to a reasonable, you're jumping out of a plane sort of height.
Mm-hmm.
And they take you down to the level below, where they are literally in the process of kicking your gear out to be deployed, as the plane has slowed down to its basically as slow as it can go without coming out of the air. And they sort of check your gear, make sure you're in your winter gear. Again, assumed competence, you had time to change. Put your parachutes on and open the door for you.
All right.
Who is first out the door?
I'll take point. Follow me.
Okay.
Yeah, we will go after Bleach.
All right, let's do some real life research here. How many meters high minimum for parachuting? You need to be about 30 meters up for extreme fixed object jumps, which I feel like this is. Okay. Welcome to everyone's worst skill. Free
Not me,
fall.
baby.
Yeah, in your 15 body.
Right.
Yeah.
Free fall is body plus skill ranks. So go ahead and roll me your free fall checks here.
This is the part where I ask if
just
an
to be
augmented
clear-
reality vector counts as AR assistance. Which would be worth a +2.
I would say so. Yeah, there's no reason why not.
Cool.
Can I roll gymnastics at a -4 instead?
No.
Sad.
Free
Okay,
fall.
I've got
So
a
just to
couple
be
ranks.
clear, Rob, I'm going last, and I have the levitate spell ready if anybody fucks it up really bad.
Perfect.
And it's not good because it moves so slow, so it's not ideal. But nobody will go splat at the very least.
That's fair. God, this game and movement distance is like stupid. Falling characters drop 50 meters in the first combat turn, dropping 150
Yep.
meters in the second. So we're gonna say you have to be higher than 30 because
Well, 30 is for like base jumping. Usually it's like 300, somewhere between like 300 meters for out of a plane.
that
Yeah,
sounds
especially
a
in
lot
these
better.
conditions too, right? It's thin atmosphere and like high
Yeah.
altitude.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Okay. So
100, yeah.
Delphi leaps out and follows the instructions perfectly, borrowing from Gorsk on our Twitch thing. Counts to 4, feels the shock of the thing come up, and is like floating down reasonably.
Remember, everybody, you get a +2 for the AR assistance as
Yep.
well.
So roll your
Oh, I
director
do?
dice. Not that that's going to help Geo.
I gotta get a hit.
Okay.
I want to throw edge
And-
at this. I probably should throw edge at this. Okay, 3 hits is much happier.
Yes, it is. Okay. So, Geo doesn't, like, fuck it up, TM. But this is not Geo's skill set. like by a far margin. And so, the first couple of ones go out and wait the 4 seconds, the parachute deploys, on and on they go. And what does this look like to you, right? Geo's failing the check to, like, do this properly. Does that look like the parachute doesn't deploy? Does that look like she twists herself weird and so the parachute deploys weird? Like, what does Geo screwing this up look like to you?
Yeah, I think she twists herself, like... I think something in her brain tells her that, like, she needs to, like, catch the wind or something to, like, try and slow down. Like, it's coming. She needs to, like, embrace it or something. Or, like, make herself drag, and she just sort of, like, twists, and it opens weird, and it's not quite arresting her fall. So... the rest of the team watches in what is probably abject horror, as at a height of about 250 meters from the ground, Geo's parachute sort of deploys, half of it wraps around her, half of it catches air. What are our reactions from the rest of the team? What are we doing?
Try to catch her with a levity.
All right, roll it.
Sure. Okey-doke. I'm not sustaining anything. We've got a staggering 21 casting dice. 7.
Yeah, staggering's right. That's good casting.
That's pretty good. It's mostly focus.
Okay.
Minimal skill when you're me.
Roll your drain.
Oh yeah, sure. It's force 4, I suppose. Doesn't matter. I don't think Geo weighs more than 200 kilograms.
No.
What on earth is that formula? 2 minus
2
2
minus.
That's my so 2 is the drain, and then 29 dice is my drain pool to resist. So I took -4 damage, which is say 0 damage.
29 dice. Oh my
Just
God.
a funny macro.
Yeah, the formula's weird. Like the 2 minus.
I was trying to get it to minimum 0, and I couldn't figure out how to get it to work. So it's just if it's negative, I obviously I took nothing.
Because it seems to like it's equaling -2, but it's displaying -4. I'm not.
So the 2 is the drain, so it's displaying 2 minus the outcome of 29 d6s, and then I got 6 successes,
Yeah,
which
so
is 2 minus 6 is -4.
Negative, yeah.
Gotcha. That's gonna make.
I can roll it a different way if you prefer.
Yeah, that's gonna make my brain itch. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, no worries. I will make it different.
Appreciate it. Like we can leave the roll for this one. Like I don't need you to re-roll.
Yeah, no worries.
If you want to do, so Suit's got an idea in the Twitch chat. You could use the keep function. So if you do like 29d6 greater than 5 K2, because the maximum amount of drain, right? That'll do that. I always just do big number better than smaller number. So like drain of my dice pool versus 3, and so it's easy to see that number's bigger. How you do it, I'm fine with just that particular formula, and output's gonna like make my brain itch.
No problem.
Okay, so one moment, Geo is falling, and half the parachute is wrapped around one of their arms, and there's it's a very distinctive sound of the nylon whipping in the air of what parachuters call streamer, because basically you're falling like a lead weight with a streamer behind you. and it is a very, very particular sort of whipping nylon sound. It is not a good sound. There's
No.
anyone who has heard that sound like winces, because it means something has gone horribly, horribly wrong. I'm sorry, the cats are being catty. And then suddenly she's not. She's just slowly hovering down.
Yeah.
She knows that something has gone right because the parachute falls, right? It sort of drapes over her. If we think about the physics of the nylon falling on her. So now there's this like shroud of Geo just sort of hovering down towards the ground.
Yeah, she's going to feel it, and I think she's going to attempt to DNI message the team. Something has snatched me, but it's going to come out as 461.37. The integral square root of is not equal to, and it's just going to be mathematical garbage through their DNI as she panics.
Valid.
Still, while being levitated.
So Geo proceeds to shit up the DNI, essentially, in abstract panic, which I think is absolutely fair for this. The team comes to the bottom. We don't need to worry about falling damage, which is nice. I am going to say, now give me a gymnastics to, like, not sort of fall on your ass. Give me, like, I land nicely gymnastics.
Okay. Me too, or?
No, not you. You get gingerly laid upon the ground by the grace of Doggy Bag.
Let's see. One whole rank. I'm a legend. There we go.
Do I edge that? I probably should. I don't want to have like a broken leg or something.
Up to you.
Just
Excellent.
cut your cut your shoot 2 meters up and do a combat roll. It's really easy. Come on, guys.
Our favorite question on the Shadowhaven: are you comfortable with that level of success?
Yeah, no,
I'm fine. Yeah.
I'll make sure that we don't take a bad spill here, I think.
Valid. I got Doggy Bag Bleach. Okay, that's the 3 of them. All right. You land on fresh powder. So there's that soft crunch as you sort of roll into it, or in the case of Geo, you get laid on the ground gently. And the first thing that comes to mind that stands out to each of them is how quiet it is. Snow absorbs sound. Hard freezes magnify them. And so they see on the horizon this just dark storm clouds that is it is not covering the majority of the island yet, but it looks nasty. It looks like this is going to turn into a whopper of a storm eventually. In credit to your planning, you have arrived in Antarctica before I intended you to. I was trying to throw obstacles in the way to hit a timeline of like, okay, if I can make them burn X number of days. So at the moment, it's like a force 2 or 3 storm and like over there. So good on you for the planning and for understanding the need for haste. But the blizzard that comes with the storm has already started. It's incredibly minor. You're like, if we think about like a hurricane and hurricane bands, right? Like you're in the outer bands of it. Just enough where like snow is falling.
Yeah.
And there's a moment again that's sort of paradoxical to the job. It's pretty. It's quiet. Fresh powder has muffled all the snow. There's the crunch under your boots as you sort of land from the parachute. You know, it's this gorgeous sort of white everywhere that, because of your gear, doesn't blind the shit out of you, right? And so this is where we double check. Everyone's got flare comp, right?
Yep.
Okay. DB's flare comp is from what? Because I know everybody else is in polar gear.
I have a pair of contacts.
Perfect. You know, it's not the blinding light of snow. The glare of it is so strong this high up on the planet. Starlight causes glare.
Really?
Here, it's far less than if it was during daylight, but it's like still present, but easily mitigated by the flare compensation and the snow goggles and so on. You know, there's the soft whoomph and crunches as the crates of your various gear land. And again, it's clear the Draco Foundation has spent an unfortunate amount of money on this because the pilots are professionals. Like, your gear lands with you. Give me a group edge check and let's make sure that the gear lands, you know, without damage. Looking for a 3. This should be an easy one.
Uh-oh.
We got 1. We got
Bleach,
0.
bleach.
We got 2.
There we go.
We got 3.
Oh
There we
gosh.
There's a glitch, but I don't know if you're...
go. Nah, I'm not too worried about that here.
Okay.
We rolled a lot of ones.
That is, yeah, holy smokes. How many dice was that? 6, 12, 17, 18 dice, and like 3, 5, 8, like
ones.
8, half ones. Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You are on the island.
Oh, hey Rob.
Yeah.
As we're landing, I actually thought of a use for that spotlight card that might save me that ed.
Heck yeah. What do you got? Play it.
So I can fly, and we are kind of occluded, and one team member already knows that we're a fucking Drake. So I was thinking transcend form wings to try to glide to a nice landing.
All right. This is you are GM for the next 5 minutes. You know, it doesn't have to be 5
Wonderful.
minutes. Right. So
It won't take that long. Yeah, I mean, like literally, we just see that we're coming in at a bad angle that might fuck up the ankle, and then it's like pivot the body and try to like glide in as these like, you know, translucent like wings sprout out of the back, hopefully shielded by the parachute and the darkness.
I like it. The rest of the team, right? Who else? Who knows that Delphi's a Drake?
Bleach knows for sure.
Rich knows. Okay, so I'm not too crazy worried about like a perception check from you. However, the rest of the team, that's an important detail that is noticeable. So
Yeah, fair.
let's talk some environment mechanics for a second.
I'm gonna be honest, Gio's kind of wrapped in a parachute.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, so really we're just talking to John here. All right, so John.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing is my perception pool is horrible, so I'm
Even
probably not even gonna
Amazing.
I
notice
love
either.
this. So we are essentially in total darkness, which is a -6 modifier to perception tests, visual perception.
Sure.
However, that is mitigated by low light vision and all of that sort of stuff.
Yep.
What modifications do you have for that?
I've got the full suite of normal vision mods, so low light, thermo, flare comp, vision
Okay.
mag, vision enhancement.
If I am remembering correctly, and I don't want to, this is not important enough to look up, so please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I
what
think it's
that-
2
what-
steps.
It's going to move 2 steps up. Okay. So you are at a -1 modifier for your perception checks.
Okay. And I'm taking a -2 because we are... Oh no, we're in darkness, so it's good. -2 for sustaining penalty, and then +3 for a vision enhancement, bringing my pool back to unmodified, which is 5 dice. Yippee!
Nice.
We love this.
Let's go.
Yeah, thank
I'm
you.
busy. I'm casting a spell.
Right. You're free falling and casting a spell and
Yeah.
saving your teammate and. So okay.
Yep. Honestly, it makes perfect sense. I'm busy.
Awesome.
You know.
Okay. Sark, go ahead and take your edge back if you haven't already.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, sorry to do that retroactive. Just I remember like, oh yeah, no, we have the narrative card.
Yeah, no, love it. Okay. It is Wednesday afternoon. The suborbital jet picks up speed and goes off into the sky. You know that soon, TM, probably by the end of the day, another plane is going to be by airdropping your vehicle. What do you want to do to prep? What do you want to do to set up your operating base here?
I mean, we should definitely find a good spot where we can set up with a spyglass to get a look at the ship and its current condition, since we're going on 2-day old satellite photos. And hopefully we can find a concealable place to rest as well, because I imagine we're going to get fatigued relatively quickly walking across the ice and back.
Okay. So you're setting up a camp.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do, and we can absolutely teamwork this. Let's call that a teamwork survival roll. This will be an extended challenge, right? So as a reminder, how that works for teamwork is the people helping roll teamwork, and then that adds to your first dice pool for the extended challenge, and we count down from there normally for extended challenges.
Who's our best survivalist?
That's just what I was about to say. I got 1 rank and 10 dice.
I got 3 ranks and 11 dice.
Probably Delphi then.
Classic.
I have 2 dice.
Well, there you go.
Bleach is gonna just stay on watch.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair. Oh, right, and I get a +1 to that from my gear as well.
All right.
Having the right gear is important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you really saved yourselves a lot of drama with that pre-edged. I want the car faster roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was worth. That was very
very
worth. Yeah.
worthwhile. Like you did it.
That
I'm
13
like,
net was crazy.
But I wanted to. Darn it.
Okay.
I think you only need to assist once,
Yeah,
and then
you
it
assist
lasts for
me.
the
Okay.
game.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine then.
By the end of the second hour, the camp is up, and so you have essentially set up a series of survival tents that are insulated. You know, you have set them correctly to avoid the worst of the winds. You know, you've stashed the gear and you've sort of made sure that everything is like secured and stashed down and so on. Go ahead, and my folks who are not doing camp building, which I think is just Bleach, give me a visual perception as you're on watch. And as a reminder, do you have low light stuff?
Yeah, got low light, got thermals, so
Okay, so visual perception -1.
Give you a pair of binoculars as well.
reception.
Okay. Looking through the binoculars or vision mag if you have it, right? It's easy enough to share the equipment. One, I mean, obviously the thing that seems the biggest problem is going to be the storm. You can see underneath the storm strange flurries of snow and what almost looks like lightning, but like it keeps arcing between different colors of the rainbow. More noticeably, you notice to the northeast of you, on the edge of Coates Land, you notice another one of those packs of the big giant, like Arctic wolves. Now, so they haven't particularly like moved per se, by Grin, but they are present in the vague vicinity. That being said, they're a hot second away, right? Each sort of square on the map is about 150, 170, 75 kilometers. But in the vicinity. Let's talk some cold weather survival stuff. So the good news is you're all wearing the right gear. Sort of. The average temperature in this area is like negative 60 at the moment, which is an extreme like cold. So we're not going to necessarily do fatigue damage every minute. That's a little dumb, I think, and you have prepared yourselves accordingly. But we are going to do a sort of dehydration risk of wet moment, because you're moving things, right? And the thing that most survivalists don't think about is sweat, especially in cold weather climates. Because once you get wet, it is very hard to get unwet in cold climates like this. So
there's a not to interrupt, but I was reading through a Call of Cthulhu adventure, Beyond the Mountains of Madness, which has a like 50-page section of like polar survival stuff in Antarctica. And the thing that stuck out to me was like, you need to have like 6 extra pairs of socks, because if your socks get wet, you're gonna get frostbite and lose your fucking toes.
Yes. Yeah. And we can, again, assume competence. We can generally say that like things like that are in the survival kits. Like, you know you're going to this place. So here's how the dehydration / risk of wet mechanics work. My 3 folks who are engaged in manual labor roll me what is essentially a fatigue test, so body will. However, because you are engaged in manual labor, cut it in half. In the case of Doggy Bag, because you're wearing armor that isn't cold armor, cut it in half again.
Okay.
And to be clear, half the armor value. Sorry, not half the dice pool. Did that make sense?
Oh, okay. So roll body, will, and cut my insulation into a quarter?
So insulation will count for this. That's actually really good. Well, it's not damage yet, so this is just a like risk of wet thing.
Okay.
So yours is weird, right? So body will, cut that in half because you're doing manual labor. From that pool, subtract half your armor value.
Okay.
For everyone else,
yeah, I'm basically down to zero dice.
Oh no.
Should insulation apply or no?
Yeah, I think it should. This might be like the wrong rules call, but let's opt for logic. I think it should. So if we're going to do that, let's be fair across the board. So for everybody, body will plus insulation. But again, cut in half because you're doing manual labor, except for bleach. Bleach gets a pass on this one. You're not doing anything.
All right, so that's
We're hanging out with a big gun in
dice.
our hands.
And then we subtract our armor, or
No, because you're wearing polar armor. And again, I don't know if this is like the rules as written, but I feel like it's rules as intended. We should probably house rule this at some point. Because you're wearing polar specific armor, I don't want to apply the armor penalty.
Okay.
Makes sense.
It does. It's just, it's one of those weird, this book doesn't agree with that book problems.
Yep.
So it's half of body minus will and then plus insulation on top of that?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Did you seriously get 5 hits on 6 dice? 7.
That's why I went, oh my god.
Good lord. Never punished. Okay. Geo is going to take, I think, a stun.
Okay.
Fatigue can't be noble sacked, right?
Nope.
Okay. So Geo takes a stun. Delphi's fine. And the basically what this accounts to is like you spend about an hour or two building the camp. And building a camp is sweaty frickin' work. You know, you're hammering pythons into the ice, or what would be stakes into the ground in softer climates. You're carrying things. You're working up a sweat. And in the case of Geo and Delphi, what happens here is that the armor does what it's supposed to. It wicks away the sweat before it can chill the skin. Because the problem is once you get cold, getting warm is hard. And so in Geo's case, it's not bad per se, but they're starting to feel cold, right? It's a little, it's a little chilly. In Doggy Bag's case, he's too cool to feel cold, I guess. I don't know. Like, it's.
I think he's just muscling through it. I think he is cold.
Yeah.
I would imagine the lower body temperature of the infected helps in situations like this as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I am mostly metal, so like my limbs can't.
Yeah, there's not a ton of
freeze.
restricted blood flow.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to justify that. Yes, I love it. Yeah. I mean, he's feeling the cold, but it's like, whatever. I've dealt with worse. Right. So.
I have literally taken drugs to acclimate myself to these conditions, so we're cheating with chemistry.
That is true. Was that the fluorocarbons?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which last for 2 weeks, something like that?
Yeah, they last for a week. It's crazy.
Cool.
Oh, nice.
On one hand, that will be really useful. On the other hand, I'm looking forward to the drug interaction rolls.
Right.
So, a couple hours pass and we can sort of montage it. The camp gets built. You've got safe places to stay. You know that distant but present is one of the how are they called? Wildlife. Antarctic hounds.
The fender rolls?
Okay. And, maybe an hour or two later as you're finishing up the camp, there's another sort of low orbit flyby, and you see your heavily modified frickin' RV with treads basically get airdropped to your location. I kind of want to be mean and say roll another edge check, but I feel like you'll pass it easily. Does the car land on stuff? Let's go. Roll an edge, group edge check.
Camp is just destroyed.
Because
spent 2 hours.
You can, especially in rising winds, you can see where that goes poorly. Geo coming in clutch here. We love it. Okay. Your tracked retirement vehicle basically lands again, sort of spot on, doesn't crush the camp or anybody in it, and you've got your base set up as the
excellent
team. What's that?
I said excellent.
As the team turns its attention to the Lindsay Marine, the first thing that becomes noticeably different from the satellite images of 2 or 3 days ago is that it's on a 5-degree tilt. It is trapped inside the ice, but the ice shelves are not stable, solid ground, right? There is there is absolutely, movement to it. A person moving across the ice shelf, or even like a small vehicle, is not going to cause a problem unless you get very unlucky or something bad happens.
Yeah.
You know, an entire boat is going to move stuff around.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're looking at the outside of it, you can see very clearly some burn marks from what might have been grenades or flamethrowers, something explosive. You can see the impact of small arms fire. Perhaps obviously there is nobody on the boat, visible. But it definitely looks abandoned. You can hear the thrum of the engines because you chose to sort of set down close to it. See, and again, as hours pass and the snow freezes, that absorptive sound of fresh powder turns into an amplification of hard ice. And so sound carries farther in hard snows. And so over the admittedly low at the moment breeze of the outer bands of the blizzard, you can hear the rhythmic thrumming of the engines. But you hear nothing else except the slow creaking of the ice around the boat.
Well, the engines are so good, which means whoever attacked it didn't blow them up and scuttle the ship, which is nice.
Yeah, but...
Okay. So here's where we're going to take a quick, just couple-minute break.
Okay.
Our next sort of phase is like moving to the Marie, and we'll deal with some brief travel rules and getting onto the Marie. If you folks don't want to take a break, I would encourage this to be one of two things: an out-of-character planning, how are we breaching, or sort of an in-character campfire moment. Something that D&D I think that does really well is the sort of campfire moments that we don't see a lot of in Shadowrun, and so you sort of have a campfire moment. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. The table is y'all's to sort of decide how you want to use that time.
Sounds great.
Campfire moment might be nice if y'all don't mind.
Yeah, for sure. You can set up one of those little
gas.
chemical ignition sticks.
Yeah, Gio, we'll take a moment to sit and try to warm up a little bit. No, this could be worse, I suppose. I've always felt anxious about the open ocean, so at least if something goes wrong, we won't sink. The boat might be sinking, though. I might want to take a look with the crake and see if there's any holes that could maybe be patched. But...
Yeah, we will unload that from its crate and give it to Gia. Say, if we can seal holes. The ship is ice worthy, and we have the means of melting blocks in its path.
Yeah. Do any of you know how to swim?
A little bit.
I'm a decent swimmer.
You should not go into that water. It is. You will not be able to swim in it.
I think the the ice is going to be the problem more than the water.
Well, the shock of immersion in the water.
I specifically prepared for this. I brought along an Arctic diving suit.
Oh, yeah.
The water cool. It'll keep the ice off me for at least half an hour, so if someone needs to go, I don't want to, but I can't.
No, that combined with the crake should be really good. And we have enough cable that you can maintain a direct connection to the crake as well.
Yeah,
The one thing I did see off in the distance there's some wolves around.
Yeah, from what I read, there was some experiments with paracritters, and they escaped and have been propagating in the wild.
Really, they can live
That's-
out here.
Yeah, they modified their genes. I think the nutritional deficiencies are made up with penguin blubber.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, I mean, you have a black site in extreme conditions where there aren't laws against the mistreatment of animals. You can experiment with a lot of different techniques to keep it safe, and I mean, dogs are used for guard details for a reason, right? You can also use them to pull sleds, which is honestly what I was thinking as we might have to do as a backup if we get to conditions where the vehicle can't traverse the mountains.
Right, well, just tame some wolves. Laughing face.
Well, I do have a bit of a way with animals. Fortunately, I didn't bring my cat. I feel like that would be a bad idea.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've got a cat sweater warm enough to handle the temperatures down here. That sounds like no.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it could definitely be worse, which makes me a bit worried about what we might find on board and some of the implications of the visions.
Now it's two of you trying to jinx us. Quit saying it could be worse. It's gonna be worse.
Yeah, well, you know, or you prepare for it mentally.
Yeah, and the longer the more intense the mana storm gets, the longer those things are there, the more threatening. Like, those things could turn into, like, mana storms this big and transmute spirits I've seen.
Yeah, that would not be good. There's already very strange magical interactions on this continent. The number of sources of power buried in the ice is oddly high.
I did see some magical looking arcing off in the distance. I don't know anything about anything when it comes to that stuff, but if it looks like lightning is arcing around in the form of rainbows, that probably means that bad shit happens if it hits us.
Can you point the direction? I can gauge the relative
Yeah, it's out that way.
vectors. Yeah. I'll wait till Rob gets back. Basically, we'll just use the astral weatherman thing to try to get us an idea of how long we have before that hits.
Okay. I am back. Best wife ever had already started the oven and put dinner in the oven, so dinner's ready.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
So,
Wow.
yay gamer wives that support gamer habits.
Hell yeah.
And
We were just talking about the mana storm
Yes.
and the signs that Bleach saw. I was going to use sensing, which is a thing I get for free as a seer. But you basically extend your perspicacity like kilometers out to sense like changes in background count and how it's aspected. It says it's used by folks in like Australia to gauge like the mana storms or to study Alcaraz.
okay. Roll it.
All right. I just use observe in detail, and I'm assuming my tech boosts do not apply, so we'll just treat this as numinous perception. That would be, yeah.
All right. Delphi senses the storm, right? And to make sure I'm understanding correctly, you are sensing, like you're looking at the storm cloud and opening your magical senses.
Basically, this is like it's a meta magic that enhances your like perceptive capacities out 2 kilometers. So it's not so much as sensing it as it is like vibing it remotely, like with remote viewing techniques, essentially.
That is a much better answer. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're opening your brain to the
Yeah,
storm.
no.
That's a bad plan.
No, they say this is what they use with like aetherology to safely measure this stuff.
I got you. You would know that right now you are essentially in a Force 1 Mana Storm. Aspected to cold, dry, dark, sterile, that kind of vibe. However, this Mana Storm is wrong. And there's not really a better description for it. A Mana Storm should take what's there and amplify it up. And as Delphi is like extending her senses out to this feeling, it's not a toxic Mana Storm, but like that's the nearest sort of vibe of it takes what's there and makes it worse.
Right.
And the center of the storm, you said the range on that's 2 kilometers?
So it just says several kilometers. I tend to go by like 1 per magic rank.
Okay. Several kilometers still basically puts you to the end of your island, right? And so this storm, let me find a good template to show you. This storm is starting to cover most of the continent. At the at this range of your sensing, the feeling of the storm is still that cold, sort of cold, dark, sterile sort of feeling, but you know at the moment that this is only a Force 1. You are on the outer bands of it. However, to give you a perspective of size, you're basically dealing with something like that.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. Well, not good, and seems to be expanding towards us, if I'm not mistaken. Like the range is growing.
Correct.
All right, great. Do we have an approximate time frame for when the edge of the storm will reach the ship?
Give me
At its current
an
vector expansion.
appropriate knowledge skill.
Sure. I have aetherology.
Again.
I also have a math SBU. I don't know if that would help calculating the vectors.
I would say so.
Cool.
You need a mathematics roll.
That you can teamwork those, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna teamwork.
please.
I'll teamwork it with mathematics. Hold on,
And
give me a
yes, of
second.
course, the Shadowrun lore and the Earthdawn lore are weirdly connected and also weirdly disconnected, like at the same time. It is badly patched together between the two.
It's because it was originally a prequel when it was written by Fantasy Flight Games, but Catalyst doesn't have the license for Earthdawn.
Who does?
I think it's still Fantasy Flight Games.
Man. They have to know that Catalyst wants it.
No, Catalyst doesn't want it. They don't give a shit about Shadowrun.
Yeah, Catalyst loves BattleTech. That's what makes all their money.
Yeah.
I think all the writers just treat it as canon, honestly, because it's too established. Like, the Immortal Elves are direct, like, survivors, and the dragons were present in Earthdawn as well.
Yeah. Okay, astrometeorology. The short answer is that it already has. The outer bands of the storm, you are already under the mana storm. However, it's like Force 1, right, in the outer bands, right? Force 1, Force 2, right? So it is entirely likely. The math would say that you have probably a couple of days until the storm moves. But Delphi cannot escape that vision from the cards of established patterns being broken, and probably even has a moment of oracle of like, logically we should have days. And then the tower flashes before their eyes, but instead of like the classic lightning bolt striking the tower, it's a blizzard.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, we're gonna do this. All right, so we'll show this map basically and be like, yeah, so we should hurry the fuck up. There's no way to reasonably predict when this would spike based on the knowledge of the conditions that we have, but the epicenter would seem to be quite far inland, and if I had to guess, that's probably near where we're going to find this artifact if the phenomena are related.
So we'd have to venture all the way into the storm to get it.
That does seem to be the case, yeah. If we can free the ship, that would at least mean that we don't need to bring people to Shackleton. We could just head there ourselves and have less to worry about.
Maybe use the boat, even.
We could, although I don't think it's going to get us around to the Ross Sea in any sort of reasonable time frame, if it's, especially if it's damaged.
Yeah, we'd have to...
What I worry about is the number of eyes that are on the thing.
At that. I didn't think about that.
Well, if we can make it seem like this is just a salvage and rescue operation and send them on their way with the ship, that might at least make it seem like we haven't caught on to what else is going on.
Nodding face. Yeah.
Probably just gonna have to play it by ear, though.
Yeah. Suppose there isn't time to waste, huh?
Yeah, let's start getting out there.
Okay.
Alright.
So, travel.
Mm-hmm.
Travel in the snow. And travel in the snow under a mana storm. The good news is you've got a vehicle, right?
Yes.
So, it's not a crazy long drive, and you have spent the time and forethought to make sure you have a vehicle that is capable of doing this. This will be... Who's driving, I guess is the question.
Geo.
Yeah, Gio would be the driver.
All right.
Okay, we're not addicted to psych.
Give me your driving test. This is perhaps obviously off-road. Sark, I assume you've got the stat block for the thing handy. What's the off-road handling?
It's 3 plus the rank of the control rig. And it's got the depth finder for the ice as well, so we'll try to use that to plot a relatively safe route.
What is the noise here?
Let me find my chart on that. One moment. Let me consult one of my 17 cheat sheets. How is the noise chart? There it is. Okay.
We're all taking our brain force pills.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say that like a severe storm is 4,
Mhm.
and but you're in a remote place, so 5.
Mhm.
Let's go say 4. All right, which I'm pretty sure you've got the
Okay.
noise reduction to just go
Yeah.
for.
I'm mostly saying because I want to summon a sprite and diagnostics this thing. So with 4, I think a high level sprite can exist on the Matrix.
Do you want me to increase your willpower before you do that?
She's not gonna ask.
Well, true actually. Sorry, we don't know your Technomancer, so you probably don't
Yeah.
want to tell me that.
Ow, it does inflict 3 stun, which hurts, and that's going to be activating, FFF. But we have our machine sprite, and we're gonna diagnostics,
Okay.
for, pilot groundcraft.
Otherwise known as Techno's cheat.
Okay. So that is
Between diagnostics and analyze device.
yeah.
Cheater face. How dare you use
I can do that too, but yeah, just like
Okay.
you can.
How dare you use your mechanics the way they're supposed to be.
That does increase the limit by 1 again, which
Yes.
is nice. And we only have a control rig of 1, but do control rig boosters increase? Or not control rig boosters, control rig optimization.
I want to say yes.
It increased dice pool, but I don't think they'd increase limit.
I don't think it gives limit. I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think it does, no, sadly. But we do have increased limit. I think there's also an increased limit from being in VR, which also stacks.
One moment. Jumping in. All right. +2 in hot sim. -2 if running silent. You get your control rig rating as a -2 threshold, +2 your tests, +2
yeah,
limits.
+2 handling for piloting in VR, and then
Yep.
also from the control rig, and then 1 from the assistance
Because
of
riggers
the
are silly.
Yep. We are taking no chances.
I mean, to be fair, good.
So the handling is. Can you like post the stat sheet in game chat?
Yeah, for sure.
Just so I know the handling. Sorry, there's people trying to fix the breaker boxes.
We can't really.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, cool. But I should keep a surprising amount of those.
I'm just cropping this screenshot.
Default Chinook handling is 2 awkward, I think. So it would be-
Yeah, it is too. I forgot that we got the suspension on it.
Oh, you got off-road suspension?
Yeah, figured that was the thing to
Yeah,
do.
so it'd be 7 hits I keep, I think. 3, because that makes it 3 handling off-road, and then 6 from rigor bullshit, and then 7 from sprite assistance. Sorry about that.
You're good.
So how many of those do you keep now?
7.
Good lord. That is definitely more than the threshold, especially the threshold -1 because of the the control rig. Okay.
Yeah.
So, the group of you pile into this RV, and this is not meant as a gotcha. Did we remember to do like meta-human adjustment for the giant?
I don't need to be comfortable anyway.
No, I figured that was probably outside of the scope of getting this thing fast, making it size for a giant.
Okay, I think that's a fair response. I don't want this to be a gotcha, but like
No, for sure. Yeah, it
crazy
makes
like
sense
this.
that we can't really account for that, because otherwise it would be like 3 times as big and fall through the ice.
So you're piled into the RV, and in my brain, like I'm legit imagining like a Winnebago, right?
Well, so the Traveler, like the base model, is described as like those silver bullet RVs. This one, they say that it's used in like the Yakut area, like where people go around in caravans.
Silver.
So
it's one of
I'd imagine
those. Okay, so it's like the steel pill shape,
Yeah, I'd imagine they all have roughly the same model.
but with treads. Okay, so like, what I think this looks like is you've got Geo up in the rigger cocoon piloting, and then Delphi and Bleach like crammed into the front, and the entire rest of the back of this thing is doggy bag, like, contorting himself to fit with his armor and his gear and everyone else's gear. So this is not, certainly not traveling in the luxury of luxury amenities, suborbital flights.
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
DB definitely feels any bumps. We'll put it that way. By like
Yeah,
a
we're
lot.
not. Yeah,
Yeah.
and Gio's not trying to be bumpy. She's trying to be fast and careful. Yeah, she's not trying to keep it stable. Exactly.
I gotcha.
Not her high
As
priority.
long as the heater works, who cares?
The heater does work. All right, give me a moment here. We're gonna briefly move to a different map. We'll cover our sort of closing descriptions, and we'll do our session debrief.
That's great.
So, it is a relatively short drive, right? Like, you've got a straight line, you parked close, and I'm giving you the entire map because you already have the schematics.
Excellent.
There's not really a fog of war here, aside of what's in the rooms, which I'll reveal when
Yeah.
we get there. That being said, at any point you can like ping an area and tell me what was this room on the map, because I found the coolest freaking map tile set for this by accident, and there's a version of the map that is like this neon green schematic with labels for each room.
Oh, nice.
So I've got one laid over the other on different layers of the map. So,
That's great.
Yeah, it looks like really cool. I'll throw a picture of it in our game chat. I must have played with that for a solid hour to figure out how that would work.
Very nice.
Yeah, no, it came out really nice. So, the team drives their little silver bullet caterpillar. What did we call it? The scuttlebug.
Yeah.
It's got a bug, yeah.
We park the scuttlebug at the what is ostensibly boat access. Right. This is supposed to be for tenders. And get out. The snow is falling reasonably, but not terribly. But you can definitely catch the sound of wind. When the wind is starting to pick up, and you can hear that as the wind passes over the deck of this ship. And so you're sort of assaulted by a variety of sounds that none of them are particularly welcoming. There is the slowly rising howl of the wind as it sort of crosses over the deck and in between fixtures on the roof. There is the slow creaking of the hull and that sort of creaking, popping sound. There is the soft hammer on metal kind of sound that is the engines running inside the machine, and it is a slow and almost metronome style. These engines are on low power, right? They're not hammering through something. They're just idling. But every X number of seconds, there's that dull, metallic sort of thrumming sound. And perhaps worse, there is no sound of human life. They don't hear the steps of movement, right? These are Shadowrunners. They have augmented senses in every direction, right? Whether it's earbuds with audio enhancement, adept powers, spirit abilities, I mean, you name it. They've got a computer in their brain that does all the audio tracking for them. They should be hearing people. They should be hearing the background static of conversation. They should be hearing boots and shoes on metallic deck plating, and they don't. But despite that, they hear a low keening sound that could be anything from groans of pain to groans of agony to wailing against the heavens. Something is inside this ship. These are experienced Shadowrunners. As they step out of their RV in the polar sneak suits and the Arctic Special Forces suit, or doggy bag in just, you're in full FBA, right?
I'm in heavy sec, so
Heavy
FBA
security
too, yeah.
armor. Right, like corporations use this kind of armor for security teams. You know, there is that moment of, if we have the pan shot of all four of them stepping onto the boat access, these people look like absolute badasses. And then there's that slow keening wail that seems to echo through the ship. We're going to pass the spotlight, and like, what is your character's face? Whether the other characters can see it or not, or we've got sort of like an Iron Man, the camera is behind the helmet sort of vibe going on. You know, when that keening wail echoes Banshee-like across the real Banshee, not the infected Banshee, across the boat and the metal and the ice. What do we see on your character's face? We spotlighted from the bottom last time, so we'll start at the top. John, what's the in-cam helmet, right? In helmet cam, other way around.
He probably hears it last, and his eyes just sort of go wide, and he grips his sword hand, knowing that they are not alone. And I think his body is just reacting with a dulled sense of anxiety, kept in check by not really being totally alive. So there's just like there's a little animal inside of him that wants to run away and hide and find shelter, but the outer shell is placid, too big to be moved by this kind of feeling.
Love it. Love it. Elle.
Tell you what, boss. Bleach has the same response to any threats, and that's to fist up, high guard, right to the chest. All right, do this.
Okay. Meta.
I think Gio's just listening, letting as she listens through the sensors, just letting the keening flow through her digital bones. She'll just message the others. It's like a tuning fork for how. Well,
Okay, that made it creepier.
stay safe, please.
Okay. Are you done, Meta?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Sark.
I think Delphi, she's got like the spider sense. So we're feeling the creeping danger in the back of the amygdala, and that this walking stick that she has, a sword gets drawn out of it, and in the hilt, which is the crystal ball that I described, there's a sort of reflection of the mana storm growing in strength.
Love it. Okay. This is going to be where we're ending today. There's a thing I like to do, especially with big runs, that if I'm being honest, I stole from a different game system entirely.
Okay.
City of Mist is a very narrative driven. It's almost diceless, but not really. But it's very heavily focused on the crafting of shared story and on the narrative. And this type of run especially literally is crafting of shared story because of the meta plot about the search for the sevenfold staff, which I cannot give Sark enough flowers for sort of spearheading that.
Thanks.
That has turned into some really freaking cool runs.
Appreciate it.
And I'm very much looking forward to like when you run the finale of this to sort of see where it goes.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm very excited for that. I'll probably do an intermission run as well after this. 5 out of 7 pieces are collected.
Yeah. This is my second sevenfold staff run. The other one was the crazy BioWare golem in Spain.
I really love what everyone did with all these. I just had an idea for a fetch quest, and people have taken that and run with it.
They really have. Like the other runs are amazing. Like I've loved reading about them and seeing the reactions. Anyways.
Yeah, for sure.
The thing in City of Mist is they call it geek out during the credits, right? Because if you think about you're walking out of the movie and you're sort of geeking out about like what parts you liked, didn't like, etc. And your options for geeking out during the credits really sort of anchor into how do you feel your character is developing in the story, or what aspect of your character is most under stress, and or again, this is sort of like a list to pick from, right? How's your character growing or developing in the story? What aspect of your character is under the most stress? Which character had like an impactful moment with yours, and like what was the impact of that kind of thing? And I mean, we're early in the story still, but last time we did top down, so we'll start bottom up. Sark, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Delphi's gotten a great amount of spotlight. A lot of good aspects of the character are on display. We're doing work for the Drake Foundation, who she's been working for the last couple of years since we draked out. And, I mean, it's great. I got no real complaints, honestly. I know that's less than the constructive criticism you're asking for, but I think you're doing a great job with it.
No, you know what? I will take. I enjoyed the last 6 hours of my life. I feel like that's a good, you know, good way to end the day.
For sure.
Matto.
I mean, I've been enjoying it a lot. I like the opportunity to explore Geo's like self-hatred and just general like sense of dread, in especially in a situation where like things are going to go pretty horribly wrong. Just the Geo having to actually suffer the horrors. I really like the moment with. I really like the interactions with Bleach. Thank you for putting up with her venom, Elhog, where she's like, I don't like trust you, but whatever, and like being a little surprised that as an elf, she just without revealing her own like mafia adjacent history, just like getting to explore that. That was I've had fun. It has been very setup heavy, but I mean it's Prime, and this is expected to take like 4 sessions. If 80% of the setup stuff is done in the first session, and there's 3 more sessions, like 25% of a very complicated thing being preparation is fine.
Well, and a lot of the setup stuff was, and again, you wisely so beat the clock on it.
Yeah.
A lot of the setup stuff was designed to make you burn the clock so that the mana storm was worse when you got here. So there's elements of the risk that for the moment the team's choices has mitigated, and I don't want to disregard that, right? And so like obviously it's sort of a Chekhov's gun. The mana storm's going to become a thing in the next session probably. But I wanted to make sure there was at least a period of it where the fact that you guys rolled really well, that you had the thought of beating the storm and like enacted it, like I wanted to make sure there was at least a period of this that reflected that, even though it wasn't what I planned for.
Yeah, like we are going to have to brave this storm, and noticing that like, oh, the epicenter is across Antarctica. We're going to have to go way deeper probably, is like terrifying. Like,
like I don't need to bring the storm to you. You're going to have to go to the storm. So now I like, you know, I've been on a couple of runs with Geo, player and GM, and I liked that we got to see a little bit more of the internal monologue. Because a lot of times we just deal with sort of like the external actions.
Yeah.
All right, Elle.
I think Bleach is looking forward to working with Delphi again, looking forward to working with Doggybag again, and is in the back of her head thinking, I really don't want to get shot in the back by a rigger. That sounds like a great way to die.
Yeah.
So let's try to keep everything copacetic with this completely stable person that I've seen on the Data Haven and never worked with before.
Totally stable.
She's putting a lot of effort into not seeming super threatening, and in the back of her head she's thinking, I have a survival kit, I know the general direction I'd walk to get to like an arcology someplace, and I've got the connections that if I showed up on their doorstep, they'd probably feed me for a couple weeks, and I'd have to pay a lot of money to Karen to get me out of there. But it's probably doable. So in the back of her head, she's like, in the back of her head, she's like, if this really goes south, I can get out of here. But I really hope that I don't get shot when that happens.
Okay. How much of the confidence is confidence? How much of it is bravado? How much of it is, like, what's, you know, the external face of Bleach is, and rightfully so, super professional runner, super experienced runner, prime runner. How much of that's a front?
I think for the most part it's genuine. There's a little bit of fronting in there because in the back of her head there is this feeling of there are things out there that can take my will away in this situation. There are things out there that I cannot deal with if they become a factor. So when these things come up, whether that's big spirits that she can't fight head on, whether that's like, I don't know, mind control or something, fear powers, whatever. That is what would concern her. So hearing a horrible wail in the middle of the ship, that's setting off alarm bells. We're kind of reaching for the dose of guts that's tucked into the inner pocket of our
Valid.
Arctic suit here.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one to bring one.
Utterly valid. Utterly valid. Anything else, El? Anything else, El?
No, thank you.
All right, last but not least, John.
So this is not quite a share, but just a funny thought I had. I don't think this will happen, but it would tickle me pink if Geo and Bleach are trying to kill each other, and Doggy Bag has to stand there and noble sack the whole combat, and he's just like getting his shit rocked, like standing like stop, you know.
I think it'll be okay unless one of them's mind controlled.
No, I don't think this will happen. But just like alternate universe where like everybody was a little more petty, that'd be really funny.
Oh yeah.
It's the literal metaphorical standing between the two of them going, "Stop punching me."
Yep.
Please. No.
Yep. But pure magically. No, I think narratively speaking, it is interesting for DB to do good guy work because at least on this stage, because kind of his usual formula is like all the runs I do are like corpo nonsense, and then I kind of try to make up for that and being a soul-sucking monster by spending all my free time doing basically hooding milk runs. That's kind of where I flavor, like, since he's a GMP character, that's like my flavor is like, oh, that's how he gets all of his training, is he gets karma from doing basically off-screen milk runs of helping the people and doing community service, and in his mind that kind of justifies it. Which is, maybe dubious moral calculus, but otherwise, if he couldn't justify it, he wouldn't, still be around. So you got to have some kind of explanation. And I think something like this is going to be really interesting. We're saving people. The Draco Foundation is like one of vanishingly few factions that are basically just the good guys.
As much as anyone can.
Yeah, basically, right? Never perfect. That
basically is doing some heavy lifting, but yes.
Well, it's it's Shadowrun. Nobody's ever
right.
All good, but it's a lot better than working for Ordo Maximus, which is like his default. And I forgot to mention, but I was gonna mention during the final legwork portion that DB was considering not selling the team out, but tipping off his Ordo Maximus contact, and made a conscious choice to not do that.
Hey.
Good call.
Not that not that he should be celebrated for not betraying the confidentiality of a mission. Like that's like level 1 stuff. But just like he had that thought of like that's what she would want me to do, and she would probably reward me for doing so. But I'm gonna choose to be a little less shitty than I possibly could.
Nice.
And yeah, no, I'm really excited to play with you guys and with your characters, and it's a great joy. I don't play this game very often, and I think about it a lot, but I don't have the 1,000 hours necessarily. Well, I do, but years and years ago, I don't remember it. It was all home games, and when you're in a home game, nobody knows what Astral Doppelganger is or how to optimally power game a build or whatever. So I'm always very excited to do this kind of thing, and I'm very happy to be here.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
I am. So to close this out, this is a new cast of characters for a long form run for me, right? The last big run was Paz Quest, and like that was 60 hours of campaign time. Like I knew those characters very well. So this is a new sort of cast of characters. And while this is definitely not going to run 60 hours because it's like a prime, but it's not like a campaign of 3 missions. It's cool to have some folks at my table that I don't normally have at my table. And I want to just acknowledge and thank you for, 1, joining, but 2, leaning into the vibe. West marches and LCs and things like that can be very... We don't do a lot of deep role play. It's get in, do the mission, and then the deep role play happens in like text scenes on the side. And to echo something that Elle said actually when we were talking about Paz Quest, was no, the role play is part of the game too. It's not just rolling dice and shooting people, right? And so I have a very particular vibe to how I run tables. In terms of spotlight and like what's the character thinking, what's the emotion the characters are going through, that we sometimes don't see on every table. And by all means, any GMs that are listening, like any of the ShadowHaven folk that are listening, steal it, please, feel free. Steal it, make it yours. Like, you don't need to do what I do, just make it work for you. But thank you for sort of leaning in on that, because it's an aspect of the game that I think we don't always put enough of a spotlight on. So that brings us to the end of our session today. We will reconvene 1 p.m. Eastern next Sunday. Realistically speaking, we will 100% get through the boat. I cannot imagine us not. And then likely into the next stages of stuff, which you will figure out what that is when we get there. So thank you for playing. For our folks on Twitch, thank you for being here. And as Warhai is watching through Twitch, and a lot of living world games, LCs and West Marches, like it becomes very, you're just doing the job. It's not the sort of the deeper stuff. So I'm trying to model what I would like that to look like, and if people like it, great.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh no, I love it.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
totally.
Yeah, you put a ton of effort.
Wow.
in.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and end our stream and end our recording, and have a wonderful night, everybody. I'm going to stay on our Discord voice just to sort of nerd out for a bit. And good night.